You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Shortwave, what's going on?
It is hot down here.
Yeah, you were saying. I like it, man. I like the heat. I love the summer.
Oh, absolutely not. My favorite seasons would have to be probably fall and spring. They're not too ungodly hot, but they're also not too ungodly cold. But winter can be kind of nasty, and summer can be really awful.
Yeah, I mean Georgia's a whole nother level. New York summers are pretty freaking hot though, especially if you're in the city area. You got the air isn't the best, and
it doesn't move around a whole lot.
Yeah,
a lot of wind.
Yeah. Very humid. But once you get out of the city area, get to the beach. New York is beautiful in the summer. I love it.
Yeah, the beach isn't so bad, but just the inland is awful.
Yeah, that's gotta be tough. I mean, for me, the big I just like sunshine, right? I like sunshine, even if it's cooler out. Obviously, if it's like 70s and sunny is ideal. I just don't like the clouds, man. The no sun. New York is pretty cloudy most of the year. I mean,
do not move to Washington or Oregon then.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't be able to.
That would be a horrible place for you.
I know. I was considering moving to Binghamton and buying those 16 acres for Monero, but I was looking up. It's like the cloudy. It's got one of the worst like cloud cover percentages of like all of New York.
Oh,
because they're by the lakes, so it's got the lake effect.
Oh, mm-hmm.
So you get the lake effect snow, and I guess you just get the lake effect clouds.
Then again, like they talk about how bad lake effect snow is, and don't get me wrong, it's bad. But I used to live up in South Bend, Indiana, and so I got that lake effect stuff as well. And what I found was that Chicago was like 90 miles directly across the lake from us, basically. And Chicago would be like -30, and we'd be like 0. So it was like a difference of 30, 40 degrees difference just by going from one side of the lake to the other.
Yeah. No, I need sunshine. But I'm stuck in New York. All right. Yeah. So big show today. No Tux. Tux is doing business for Cake. They are at an event at MIT. There's some kind of conference going on over there. I mean, a conference has been going. I forget the name of it. It's one of the old OG conferences. I think it's been going on since like 2012 or something.
Oh, nice.
And Cake is participating, which is super cool. They're one of the sponsors, and I believe Tux is speaking. He'll be giving a talk on Bitcoin privacy, and I'm sure dropping Monero here and there. It's primarily a Bitcoin conference, but with Cake in the room, I'm sure they'll turn it into a bit of a Monero conference as well. So that's really exciting to see that Cake is part of that. Obviously they do conferences all the time, but this is an OG like Bitcoin one. So it's really great to see that they're like involved and welcomed and embraced, really. I mean, Cake has obviously, we're proud of them over here in Monero land. They were the first iOS Monero wallet, but they've also been the first in a lot of ways with regards to other cryptos and privacy. So they're making breakthroughs all over the place, essentially with bringing privacy to crypto. So that's exciting to see. And Tux's replacement is Shortwave. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with Shortwave. We love Shortwave, so he was willing to jump on. I gave him a last minute. I asked him. So greatly appreciate Shortwave. We always love having you on anyway, but even better when you're a co-host. So thanks for doing it, man.
Oh, absolutely no problem whatsoever. With Cake, I actually just got an update to my Monero.com wallet this morning, and apparently what they've decided to do is make the versioning the same, because before they were running like Cake version 4 point whatever and Monero.com version 1 point whatever, and it was causing confusion with downloading from the Obtainium GitHub page and everything. And apparently they've decided just to go with one single version number for both apps, which makes things a lot easier.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, there's been a lot of changes. The most obvious is their branding. So they changed their logo. They announced this yesterday. If you can see here in the upper right hand corner. I don't know if this is bigger somewhere else. They redid the whole website. So Cake making big moves, looking beautiful. Love it. Love to see it. Obviously, whenever Cake grows, Monero grows along with it. So we're always cheering on Cake. And Cake has been a tremendous supporter of this show, of Monero Talk, of the Monerotopia conference. Basically, any projects that we work on, they're always the first in line to be willing to help out. So always happy to see Cake making progress, because it means progress for everybody in the Monero community. And I think we'll get more into this with the news. We'll talk about it. And I'm sure when Tux comes back on next week, we could talk about it as well, all the changes that are happening at Cake, because they hinted at some other bigger changes that are coming down the pipe in addition to the rebranding. So excited to see what they have up their sleeve. In terms of other big doings that are happening, actually, let me bring up Monerotopia website. Hold on.
The Monerotopia Porkfest. Do you guys have that on the website now?
Yes, we just added that. It's nothing too grand, but it gets the job done. Boop. There, here we go. I'll pull it up. So Monerotopia.com. If you go to Monerotopia.com, obviously we're already selling tickets for Monerotopia 2026, which is happening in Mexico City again. You could buy early bird tickets here, super early bird tickets. So recommend you guys do that. Helps us out, helps you out. You get the tickets cheaper, and we get momentum. And then, I guess I didn't add. He put it up here. Okay, so here's a link to Monerotopia Porkfest 2025. So this is happening before the 2026 event. It's happening in like 2 months. It's happening in June 16th through the 22nd. Monerotopia will be at Porkfest. So we've been at Porkfest in years past. We've had, Monero Talk has been there. I've been there doing interviews, selling coffee. Done it a number of times. I love it every time I go. Brought my daughter there a few times. Hoping to be able to bring her this year. Hope things work out with her schedule. She's graduating from 5th grade, so it's going to be a little difficult. I'm trying to convince her to skip her graduation. She's not a big fan of that. So she did so well.
I don't know. Graduation versus Porkfest. That'd be a hard decision.
I know. I'm like, if I was a kid, I'm sorry. I think I would have picked Porkfest. I don't know, but 5th grade's big, and she's at the top of her class. I remember my 5th grade graduation too. It was a big deal. I got a bunch of awards. It, felt good. I don't want her to miss her 5th grade. She is an amazing student.
We didn't get a 5th grade graduation. We just went from 5th grade to 6th grade the next August.
Yeah, it's a little much. Now they have like kindergarten graduations, right? Or like free. It's like it's a little much.
Like every year we had like a little class ceremony or whatever, but it was nothing like huge at all.
Yeah, and my daughter, I love that she's very scholastic. Obviously, I love that. She tried, but I'm constantly trying to instill in her that public school system and any school in general, what they're teaching you there, just be cognizant of it. I always try to give her that grounding. Obviously, be very respectful in school. Try as hard as you can. Learn everything you can, but be cognizant of where this information is coming from, and realize you may not always be told the truth. And do your own research. Don't believe anybody, even that teacher that you love.
Yep. Question absolutely everything.
Question everything. Obviously, math is math. I'd like to say science is science, but I mean, who knows what's going on in it, in those classes these
Oh, are
days.
you certain that science is science? I seem to remember. I seem to remember about 4 or 5 years ago where they talked about we can't rely on the science and all this other stuff, and it was a mess.
Yeah. So it's like as a parent you struggle, right? Because you want your kids to want to love school, right? Because that means they love learning. But you also don't want them to become brainwashed and to become tools of the system and to become basically turned into little
socialists,
little susceptible brainwash machines for the rest of their life, right? It starts at school and then it continues on in higher education. And once you graduate, it continues thereafter through reading the New York Times or wherever you're getting your media. It's like, and then you never break out of it. So
it seems like the only thing you can possibly believe is math, just because it seems to be laws. Like if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. There's really no way around that.
Yeah. It's pretty hard to bullshit and spin math. But yeah, I guess my overarching point is PorcFest is kind of like one of those tools or things that I've used to show her the other side of the world, because it really is, right? So, I mean, half the kids that are at PorcFest are probably being homeschooled, like seriously. Great families there, all liberty-loving people, all the type of people that don't just talk about opting out, but literally have try to do it, live by it. And so it's a beautiful event, beautiful family event. So if you guys can get over there, you don't need to buy any tickets to Monerotopia itself. You just have to buy a ticket to PorcFest, and we're going to have a big tent set up over there, right in the main area of PorcFest. We'll have the largest tent at PorcFest, second to only the main stage barn where the main PorcFest talks will be happening.
If you do it though, do it quick, because PorcFest sells out, because PorcFest is a huge event, and that campground is very limited in how many people they can support, and so PorcFest sells out pretty much every year from what I understand. So
it does.
Better to do it sooner rather than later.
If you're going to do it, you got to basically buy your ticket today, no joke, to PorcFest itself. Grab the ticket. You can figure out your accommodations later. Just figure out how to make it happen. I mean, one way to do it is you get a campsite. That takes a little work too. Not bad, but you got to go through the process. You got to call up Rogers Campground. You reserve a spot. Takes a little coordination. Maybe you want to do it with a couple of other Monero people. You guys have your own little campsite. You can set up like two or three tents on it. I'll just crash there for a couple of days. You get an RV. You could also stay off campus. There's some hotels, but those fill up very fast. So then you end up having to stay a little further away at other hotels. I mean, it's in New Hampshire. It's in the mountains. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's in a small town. Beautiful fresh air. Knock on wood, we'll have clear skies. It's always, when it's clear skies, it's usually like a nice mid-70s, sunny, very nice. We had some rain last year. Hopefully we have clear skies this year, and should be really cool. I mean, it goes from the 16th to the 22nd, but things won't really heat up till the weekend. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, those are the big days. Sunday, people are pretty much like, packing up, going home type thing. But Thursday, Friday, Saturday are going to be the big days. So if you're going to make it, try to make it out for those days. Obviously, if you can come for the whole week, do that. But you don't need to. If you could show up Wednesday, you show up Thursday, even if you show up Friday, you'll get the biggest impact at PorcFest. It's going to be hosted by myself and Aaron Day. I teamed up with Aaron. Aaron, I'm the Monerotopia guy. Aaron is the old OG Liberty crypto guy who's been a big part of PorcFest for many years, since I think essentially since like the founding. So he's the one that was able to land us the tent. He has a ton of connections in terms of being able to get us some good speakers. And yeah, it should be really cool. Sponsored by Cakewallet, sponsored by Xano, Confidential Layer. Karma is Aaron's project. XMR Bazaar is obviously my project. So we're each selecting a project to promote of our own as well to be sponsored by, given all the work we put into this. And we're hoping to get 1 or 2 other sponsors just so we can cover the costs. There's a lot of costs involved. We have to rent this tent for like almost, it was like 12.5K. So, you know, and there'll be other costs, sure. And then we'll soon be adding the speakers.
I want to say it was like 65 Monero.
Wow, yeah, you think in Monero. I love it, man. I love it. You truly value everything in Monero. Yeah, I'm not totally there yet. Maybe soon. But if you want to participate, grab a ticket to PorkFest. If you want to be a speaker, email me, Monerotopia@protonmail.com. If you want to volunteer in the tent, email me, Monerotopia@protonmail.com. If you want to have a table there, we could set you up with like a little table outside the tent. They're going to allow us to set up kind of our own tables outside our tent. If you want to collaborate in any way, you want to come shill your project, if it's privacy tech related, as long as it's not some pump and dump scam that you're trying to put on us. We're pretty good at weeding those out. But other than that, we're pretty much open to anything. If you want to come talk about how to opt out, you want to come talk about raw milk, you know, if you want to come talk about anything related to the type of things we talk about here on the Monerotopia show and our past Monerotopia conferences, you guys should know the vibe by now.
If you are media and want to cover us on CNN.
Yeah. If you're CNN, reach out. You know, we'll be happy to have you come hang with us at Monerotopia. And yeah, that's it. That's the big doings right now. That's what we're really pushing and focusing on. So should be fun. We are 62 live viewers, guys. Like, retweet. Let's get the word out. A lot of people have their eyes on crypto right now. They're on Twitter. They're on X. Waking up. They're like, oh, what's the market doing? What's the market doing? Right? Everybody's tuned in. When the market's pumping, people are tuned in. When the markets like are all dumping, people are tuned in. And what's unique about right now is actually crypto has held up very well compared to
I was going to say the markets are doing nothing.
Yeah,
our markets are perfectly fine.
I think it's really the first time I've seen things hold up this well in this type of environment in terms of macro and crypto, right? We've always said, oh, you know, Bitcoin is the store of value. It's untethered from, right? That's always been what it's supposed to be. But push come to shove, when the NASDAQ would tank, Bitcoin would tank even more, right? So we haven't seen that yet. Now, obviously, you know, it could just be delayed. And, you know, if the market continues to go down, if the macro continues to go down, crypto might go down with it. Would not at all be surprised if that happens. And obviously we have Bawdy, who will come on and give us the brief on all that. It was a tremendous week in terms of the macro. A lot of the things came to fruition that Bawdy has been talking about for months.
I was gonna say, like, yes. I did notice the one big thing I did notice is Bawdy talks about the oil price and where those danger zones are, and we have surpassed those danger zones. So it will be very interesting to get his take.
Yeah, I'm sure Bawdy has been very excited watching this, right? Eating the popcorn, looking at the numbers, watching his charts, seeing things come to fruition. I'm hoping, you know, like I wouldn't mind seeing. Yeah, I've been saying this for a couple of weeks. I wouldn't mind seeing crypto take a larger dip. Bitcoin and, you know, Monero and all of them. Obviously, I would want them to see. You know, I basically want to see the shit coins take really hit the shitter. I want to see the shit coins fucking get crushed. And then, you know, Bitcoin go down a little bit, Monero go down a little bit percentage-wise. I don't mind seeing that if we could wash out some of the waste.
You're asking for far too much.
I know.
You guys are predicting like $100, $130 Monero. I don't see that happening. Maybe 160. Like that would be like a 30% dip from where we're at, and that was the height of the Binance. What happened during the Binance delisting? I don't think you're going to see $100 Monero.
I mean, never say never with Monero, right? If like Kraken delisted Monero tomorrow, we'd be back down to 112. So,
I don't think so.
Yeah. A Kraken delisting, yes.
Well, it was Kraken was smaller than Binance, right?
In terms of actual Monero volume, I don't know.
Like, because if Kraken is
Binance is
smaller
obviously
than Binance,
a much bigger exchange, but you might have had more Monero volume itself on Kraken. I don't know though.
That'd be interesting.
No,
I don't think you're going to get $112 Monero though. I think you're way overblowing it.
If you got delisted from, well, first of all, I don't think we're getting delisted from Kraken. Not in this environment. Unless everything Trump's saying is complete bullshit, unless that executive order was bullshit, and then there's some false flag event, and now they're attacking Monero and saying we gotta shut down this privacy coin because it's being used by whatever terrorists or whatever it may be. I'm really not hoping to see that. I'm of the camp that I want to see relistings. I know there's a lot of people who disagree with that, but I want the normies of the world to have more access to Monero. But if we did see a Kraken delisting, I think it would take a pretty decent hit. As we know, it wouldn't take a fatal hit. If anything, Monero will come out of it stronger. Definitely will, and we'll continue to build outside of their system, and then you'll have Sarai Dex launching and all that, and then we'll organically build from there and literally be unstoppable at that point, because there's nothing left to attack at that point. There's nothing left to delist, right? At that point, we're just completely untethered and running free, and I do love that. I do love that concept and getting to that place as well, but. I think if you saw a Kraken delisting, there would be a bit of a tank. But overall, in terms of crypto, I think we'll get into it with Bawdy, but I think maybe we see a little bit of a dip because everything else is dipping. It's people need access to funds, right? So they might start selling their crypto. We might see some of that, but who knows? Who knows?
The Monero 365 moving average is holding extremely well.
That's what I care about.
Yeah,
it would be nice to see a dip in crypto, things bottom out, steady out, and then that's when Monero starts to climb against Bitcoin. So always love those moments. Actually, without further ado, we might as well bring Bawdy up now. I think Bawdy, I see Bawdy over here, so I assume he's ready. I'd say we cut to that. We get the price report going, because that's really is the biggest thing we got going on today. We do have a special guest that's jumping on today. I believe he's been selling beef jerky on XMR Bazaar. I haven't had time to order it before he came on, so maybe I'll even try to order it live on the show. I would like to try it and make that make that part of my diet.
That's funny, because I'm actually selling something that would go perfectly well with that.
Oh yeah, what do you sell?
I am selling heirloom tomato seeds. 1,000 heirloom tomato seeds. You can grow your own tomatoes, paid for in Monero, and then you can sell them and price them in Monero, because you'll know what you paid for them and what to sell them for, and you can have them with your beef jerky. That would be awesome.
I love it. And now is the time. If you're gonna order tomato seeds, especially here in the East Coast, Upper East Coast, now would be the time to get them. Start growing them indoors a little bit, and then you can put them outside in another week or two. So if you're gonna buy your heirloom tomato seeds, I recommend you do it today on XMR Bazaar with Monero. How much you selling those seeds for?
58.2 Monerotopia.
58?
58.2 Monerotopia.
58 Monero?
No, 58.2 Monerotopia.
Oh, Monerotopia. I was like, what kind of what is
No.
growing golden tomatoes?
Yes. The tomatoes are 2 pounds a piece and are made of solid gold. No, 58.2 Monerotopia, which to other people would be 0.0582.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a good deal, and I'm sure you could grow a ton of tomatoes with those seeds. So, without further ado, I'm gonna run the price segment, and we'll get Bawdy up here. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. XOLX.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right, Bawdy, what's going on, man?
Hey.
How's it
Just
going?
watching the circus, man. Like you said, just got my popcorn.
You
got
gotta
my
be
coffee.
loving this, man. You gotta be loving this.
Well, you know, like it is something when you put yourself out there and you make a prediction like as hardcore as that, and you're like, I hope I'm not wrong. I'll look kind of silly if I am.
Yeah, you got a lot riding on this. People have their wealth riding on it. You have your reputation, buddy. No, but you've always been very good with qualifying things. You're not one of these guys who's like, yeah, I know what's gonna happen, or you're not one of these guys that claim to have predicted everything, or that's just been a broken clock that's right twice a day. You're always qualifying your things, and I think properly hedging what you say.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's a little bit of dancing that goes on there, like, because I mean, in an ideal world, right, you want to know exactly what's going on, and you want to be able to say, hey, here's what's going on, and here's what's about to happen as a result. And the more that you can do that, you know, the more that you're like, okay, I actually do really understand what's going on. And when you fail to do that, especially in the bigger things, you start saying, well, can I really trade this? Do I really have like a conceptualization that's cogent, right? That's coherent. So yeah, like this is one of the big headline things, because like for me, one of my big things, for example, like I called the tops in 2021, I nailed the bottom in 2022, or pretty close to it. And so like my thing is like I want to watch the big stuff. I want to get on the right side of the market over long periods of time. The short-term stuff, I'm not, you know, admittedly, I'm not nearly as good at understanding, you know, where the market might go like tomorrow. But in terms of like where we're at in the big picture, I've really tried to make sure that I keep my orientation there. So, you know, we got to see, like, I can't take a victory lap just yet, but.
And so obviously you're going to get into all this, but big picture, is Bitcoin crypto headed down to like a local bottom, or
I have to believe it's going to respond and crash with the rest of the market if the market is indeed crashing. It might have already front run some of that crash, right? You know, Bitcoin was pretty well down off its all-time highs, so maybe that's why it didn't crash yesterday. I am like, it is interesting to me to watch that crypto basically shrugged it off like nothing had happened. But I do feel like there's got to be a reaction here if we do continue to see more crash.
Yeah, if another shoe drops in the macro, I'd be very surprised. And like, yeah, I guess that's the best reasoning, right? It kind of ran it, and like gold did the opposite, right? Like, because gold pulled back because it was like, quote unquote, pumping so much. Like a pumping gold really is, it really isn't that significant, but gold was almost a little overvalued. Because surprising to see gold pull back on a day like yesterday, right?
Maybe a little temporarily, but gold is overall fundamentally a good asset to own. So if it pulls back, you should just be buying more.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying, like in that scenario yesterday, right? We saw gold pull back more than Bitcoin, and I think that's only because gold was perhaps pumping a little bit more than Bitcoin recently. It would be my
like hypothetically, pretend we hadn't seen any kind of crash at all and things were just normal. Gold might have pulled back that much just on its own. Like it's very possible that pullback wasn't necessarily correlated with the rest of the market. Like gold has been on an absolute tear. Like it has been basically the best asset to hold here for months, really.
So I get, obviously you'll get into it, but you'd say we're not out of the woods in terms of saying, okay, Bitcoin has acted as a store of value in this scenario, right? To be determined.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we really can say that. I mean, Bitcoin is down a decent amount from its all-time high. It's down like a normal bull market amount. It's not like anything crazy, but it is down. So, yeah, we're not out of the woods yet here. In fact, if things are problematic, they're really just beginning. So, like, this is just the beginning if things are really going to show us major problems here.
All right, man. I'll let you take it away. Get into the weeds.
Cool. Yeah, well, so there's a lot that goes into this, so I'll probably do a lot of yapping today as opposed to chart astrology. Although we'll do some chart astrology as well, right? Astrology for dudes, not to disparage dudes or astrology. But yeah, we effectively, Monero looks like it doesn't care that a macro crash has started, and Bitcoin kind of also looks similar. in the sense that it just didn't move. Nothing really too interesting with this chart, and I think that's a good thing. I think the charts that are the most interesting, the most active, those are the ones that that have the most potential to dump. I like Shortwave's optimism. I like that he says, yeah, this $100 down here is a pipe dream. You know, and at the moment, maybe it is a pipe dream, right? Maybe Monero never actually will or could get back to 100, you know, absent like, I don't know, some crazy, terrible tragedy that could befall the network or whatever, or a Kraken delisting. But yeah, like right now, in terms of, you know, this macro crash and the rest of the market's crashing and Monero is still up here. Yeah, maybe the best we could hope for would be like, I don't know, 150, 160. Even I think Shortwave, correct me if I'm wrong, but even that 135, you kind of scoff at the potential for 135. I would say that's like your first, like if there's truly a crash here and crypto goes with it, I would say 135 wouldn't be exactly a terrible spot to think that we might hit, and you could scoop up. That would be your last opportunity probably ever to get 135 on Monero. That'd be minus 42% from our local swing high here. But other than that, you know, Monero's just basically consolidating in the place. You know, we talked about these bands for so long. Blue bands curling up. You got these very long-term upper standard deviation band clusters here at the top. And, you know, really, we just kind of have to expect price to vacillate here for some period of time until the future comes along and eventually, you know, strength comes along. I assume this is going to have to be mediated by some liquidity expansion. So we're probably not there. But yeah, at some point, this chart should break towards the upside just from a tea leaves astrology perspective. So yeah, nothing too crazy exciting about the Monero chart. Let's expand timeframes a little bit. Maybe not timeframes, but let's just expand the chart and take a look at the broader picture here. I kind of changed the wave magic up a little bit to sort of make it present slightly differently. So I don't know how that looks for you guys, but kind of a different filtering strategy where I deploy some randomness, or I use some randomness to determine how to print lines, and it's just they only print on the basis of how likely or how dense one of the clusters is. So I don't know, it's kind of cool. Seems like TradingView seems to support it well enough. But anyways, yeah, so okay, interesting chart. Yeah, we're basically this was our 2021 top, obviously, and we're basically like this is such a good spot to be hanging out. This implies, like, because these bands go back so far, this is the major spot. You have to like hang out here, and then you have to get above these bands, right? Price has to effectively get up here, beat some of these levels, and then once it starts going, it's very likely just going to go. It's just going to take off from there. So, yep, good stuff with going on with Monero here. I'm totally fine with this consolidation. It means that the next move will be stronger. It provides a solid floor for the next move, you know, because we might have to come back and retest this level after going up. Maybe we don't, but sometimes you do. So the longer we establish and push up against the limit here, the stronger that becomes as a support area later in the future. All right, so let's go here to Bitcoin versus Monero. And oh yeah, if you guys have super chat questions and whatnot, go ahead and send them. Oh no, crap! I just killed the charts. I'm sorry. Dang it. I was coming over here to try and make sure I had the super chats loaded, and then I hit the wrong thing.
Good job there, Bawdy. Good job.
You actually already got a question here too as well.
Do me a favor and let me know when we have those, because I don't have the super chats pulled up, or the XMR chats pulled up.
That's gonna have to be you, Doug.
Yeah, I'll try to bring them up on screen as they pop up.
Cool. All right, so Pseudo tipped 25 cents. He asked, do you think Monero has a slanted head and shoulder on the weekly? That's a good question. Let's take a look. I'm also sharing the charts now again. So a slanted head and shoulders. I'm not quite seeing it. I wish, man, if you had been slightly more descriptive. Do you mean like the inverse head and shoulders? I mean, the only thing I could see, I'm really not seeing anything that I would call head and shoulder. I'm trying to see it. I don't think I've ever heard of a slanted head and shoulders either. Let's go to shorter time frames. Maybe we have to be zoomed in. If you want to, if you're on YouTube, you can send it to YouTube comments, or give us another super chat, you know, for like a penny, and we can take a look. I don't think I see anything that I could call a head and shoulders, or even like a slanted, you know, kind of rotated head and shoulders here. I'm just not seeing it. I don't think so. So I think to answer your question in a short sense, I don't think so. But thank you for the question. Always good to try and say, hey, is there something here I might have missed, right? Is there another way to organize your thinking around that? Yeah, I don't see it, but maybe it's there. I'm just, too autistic, or not autistic enough, perhaps. I'm not just the right amount of autistic, apparently, to see that one at the moment. Anyways, all right, continuing on, we have Bitcoin versus Monero, and Monero's doing quite well versus Bitcoin. Again, same kind of story. We're up here in these upper standard deviation clusters, continuing to follow along that. Again, on a chart analysis standpoint, it would, there's one of two things that could happen. Either you would expect to like kind of tag this back here and then get back to the upside. That maybe could happen, I don't know, due to some big fundamental event like a liquidity expansion, or I don't know, maybe everyone seeks the safety of Bitcoin in a macro crash or something. But overall, I really like the strength here. Chart is hanging out at the upper standard deviation levels. I don't have a big opinion on this because this isn't really a technical analysis chart. This is really fundamental. If crypto is sideways, slightly down or slightly up, then this chart tends to go up. Monero tends to gain, right? Things tend to equalize. But during volatility, whether to the upside or the downside, and especially towards the upside, when you see liquidity pumped into the crypto market, it goes to Bitcoin, it goes to altcoins, it doesn't go to Monero. For the obvious reasons we've talked about over and over again, right? They just don't like Monero. I like the coin, but the cabal doesn't like the coin. So this chart could do anything, honestly. But I do like that there's consolidation here at the upper standard deviation band. That implies strength, and right, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing to be showing strength over a long period of time, over a couple months long period of time here with Monero. Nothing interesting with Monero versus gold. Nothing really happening with the divergences. So yeah, I guess that's really, we can let the Monero price go for a little bit. We got our hash rate here still hanging out at the top side, which is that's like a strong indication that people like the network, people are mining the network, people want it. Maybe it's just botnets, I don't know. And then we have our transaction count, which is still hanging out here just below 30K. It's just kind of like oscillation pattern. Okay, cool. Definitely fine by me. So before we talk about crypto, we should really talk about the macro. It is interesting to me that like crypto just, like especially Bitcoin hasn't crashed, and in general crypto just held steady, held its own. So we'll come back to that, put a placeholder there. Let's talk about what happened this week. Let's just talk about the fundamentals, and then we can get into the prices of stuff. So what happened this week is we had Trump announced, it wasn't Victory Day. He announced like some kind of special day that we would forevermore celebrate.
Liberation Day.
A Liberation Day. Yeah.
He threw a grenade into the markets.
Seems like it should be called Reciprocation Day, because he said we're going to announce reciprocal tariffs. So that was the whole thing on Wednesday. He made a big hoopla. We're going to announce reciprocal tariffs. We've been getting taken advantage of for so long, and we tried to be open and fair and share with everyone, and they didn't. So now we're going to close up the markets, and we're not going to do that anymore. Okay. It was a big thing that he was, because he's been waffling this and that, tariffs here, tariffs no, and, negotiation and art of the deal and all that political fapping, right? But Wednesday was for real. Wednesday was a serious day. And I wouldn't call it Liberation Day unless you like being liberated from your wealth. That's happening here. But effectively, Trump announced that a 10% tariff at a minimum against every country in the world. Everyone that imports anything to the United States is going to pay a minimum of 10%. And then he released this really large tariff schema, for other nations. A lot of people have been making fun of them for taxing penguins. That's, if you don't know what that is, just go look it up. The memes are great. They taxed some island with a bunch of penguins that has like no people, and so the penguins have been in the White House, at least in the memes, etc. The point is that they made up all these tariffs to reciprocate against other nations like China and I don't know, whoever else, all of them basically, Mexico, Canada, everyone. And some of them are pretty steep, and it's really affecting business. They're effective immediately, and businesses are like, wait, crap, what do we do? Now, this is going to be a long rant, guys. I apologize in advance for the long rant that's happening here. My thoughts aren't like, I don't have like a nice presentation that's well structured. I have some notes, so I'm trying to cover everything. Let's just start from the big picture, okay? What is a tariff? A tariff is a tax anytime that a good comes into your country. And at this point, minimum 10%, but more like 20, 30, 50% in some cases against some nations. It is maybe dubious the way that they calculated these, maybe not. They apparently they looked at trade imbalances and then basically tried to say, well, that's the tariff happening, right? That's the imbalance in tariffs is correlated to the imbalance in trade in our trade deficit. So let's just market it that. Then again, I did hear that a little bit offhand. So, but that sounds like the thinking of a politician to me. Regardless, irrelevant. Let's back up. Let's take a bigger view and ask ourselves, what is a tax? What happens when you tax something in the libertarian, anarcho-capitalist free market kind of Austrian paradigm? When you tax something, you get less of that thing. You make it harder for people to produce that thing. And at this moment, that's everything, because there's a tax on importation of everything, right? So from a very simple perspective, everything is being taxed. Everything is going to slow down. And this into an economy where we already had the macro stuff, as I've showed you guys, that are already repeating the patterns of leading into another macro crash, right? You get the liquidity pump. You get some market that's really, really, everyone's hyped up about. In this case, it's AI. And then the leverage happens. And then at some point, it expands too far. The Federal Reserve doesn't expand any further, right? They cap out, what's going on. And then the market unwinds, right? That was already sort of in progress, slow motion. And then these tariffs, you're basically adding a global slowdown factor, because America is like the open capital markets nation. You add that into an economy that was already hitting max leverage from the AI hype. And what's that, what is that going to do to the economy? It's obvious. It's freaking obvious. Like it's not a question. So we're seeing that, the markets are seeing that. Companies everywhere that do any business or import anything into the United States are now like, okay, well, crap, we've got to do all this. There's even things like where people have contracts where they're like, okay, I've already contracted with this other company, say Walmart or whoever, like maybe I'm a small supplier of some product. A lot of these guys contract to other companies to provide a product at a set price. And that's non-negotiable in the contract, right? They have to continue providing that. But there's no way that they can do it now that they're facing 10, 20, 50% tariffs. And a lot of these guys are going to go bankrupt. In a lot of ways, this is going to affect the small guy more than the large guy, because who can get access to quick capital, to large amounts of capital to sort of cover their problems while they figure things out? It's always the bigger guys that have the easier time there. So we're looking at more destruction of small business, which is, that's just par for the course, right? We saw it with when the economy caught a cold in 2020. We saw we've seen it over and over again. We've seen it in 2008. They wrecked the small banks, and the big banks, took over. There was 4, now there's 3, and it just keeps getting smaller and smaller. So like that's happening in the background. But let's talk about production, right? So my background is working in a semiconductor fabrication facility as a process engineer, right? So we like the complexity of how that shit goes, like how it works, is insane. We require raw materials of extremely high purity, many of which have to be imported from many other countries. You have, like, humans will do this thing where we'll make a tool to make a tool that makes another tool, and that tool actually is the thing that makes the final product. And all of that tooling is cross borders, even for simple stuff, guys, like little tiny parts. You might have the same part that just crosses a border 2, 3, maybe even 10 times to get some kind of treatment. Like you might have 2 facilities that are sort of tandem facilities that actually are on different sides of a border. There's like, even just here in North America, you've got aluminum processing that goes into all sorts of things. And it crosses between the United States, Mexico, and Canada. That's just how global production is. Like raw materials that are needed are everywhere across the globe. Sometimes it's more efficient to process them where they are. Sometimes it's more efficient to process them somewhere else. Even the simplest things that you think, oh, that's easy to make, it's not. Like even a pencil, and there's like this classic ANCAP example. Even a pencil is hard to make, and it requires resources from across the world. So what happens? You're slowing all of this trade down. All of these things are getting slowed down. The ability to just move products, parts, pieces, all of the supply chain, the logistics that you need to produce the thing that you're trying to produce in a much, much larger picture, all of that just becomes extremely difficult. And so there is no like, we're going to endure a little bit of pain here so that our future becomes bright to bring back manufacturing to America. No, that's not how that works. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Like to some tiny degree, maybe, but that's putting the cart before the horse. That's misvaluing, that's misunderstanding the economy. what actually caused American manufacturing to leave the United States? What is the actual thing that caused us to lose the manufacturing base? The primary thing is that the United States prints the global reserve currency, which became depegged from gold, 1971. So we print a lot of currency and then export that inflation to China and everywhere else, and then they give us real goods and services, and we have no tariffs on that, right? So we get to export our inflation and import everything for free. And the simple fact is that it costs a lot more to produce anything in America, regardless of tariffs, than it does to go to a place that has no regulations, gives you a sweetheart business deal, and you can get cheap labor there. Like, your tariffs are not going to overcome that problem. They might, to some tiny degree, overcome that problem a little bit, to some very small amount. But then again, like, how are they going to overcome that problem when everyone's poor and the market crash and no one has any more money because the economy's freezing up? How is that going to ultimately increase business even in the long run? It's not. It can't. The only way that can happen is they're going to have, if there's going to be some big crash, the market, we're going into recession. Like, it's happening, guys. We're already in a recession now. And that's the first time I've said that since, to say that we are already in a recession. I haven't said that since, even since like during the bear market. But we're in a recession now, and it's going to be very clear as the months go by that, yes, we're in a recession now. And the tariffs they're not just the fuse at this point. They're actually part of the bomb. Like, they're not the entire bomb, but they're definitely part of it. So, the main thing is that America prints the global reserve currency. We get to print that money for free. I say we, but do you have a credit card? Do you take a home loan, right? And then we export that inflation and we import real goods and services. The other thing, too, that has driven manufacturing out is we have high regulations and high taxes. If you really want to bring the manufacturing base back to the United States, eliminate the income tax for individuals and businesses and reduce the regulatory burden. Get the Karens out of the bureaucracy, gut the bureaucracy, and then basically empower the courts so that people can actually bring suit against companies that are doing like bad things, right? Like, you don't need regulation. You just need people saying, hey, you poisoned my water supply. You owe us $1 billion now, right? So stuff like that. But you don't need these crazy regulations and the regulatory architecture that, is supported by the taxes, right? You can eliminate most of that. And that would actually bring significant manufacturing base. But let's address one more, actually two more things. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm looking over my notes here. There's actually quite a few. There's still a few more things here. Wow. Okay. Well, all right. Let's pivot back to the markets. Okay. I'll stop. I'll stop and rant a little bit more on the. So some people are like, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that other countries, are charging us all this tariffs and we're not charging them tariffs. It's lopsided. It's not reciprocal. It's not fair. We've been giving them a sweet deal. No. In China, if they want to import American electronics or anywhere, any other country, say Mexico, right? I pay like 15% extra on my electronics to get them here because of tariffs, right? Because Mexico charges that for their taxes, their import taxes. So just because other countries, and I pay that price, right? The consumer pays that price. Like, people that don't want a new iPhone 28, whatever the hell, I know they're not on 28. If you want the fanciest new electronics, like, the people not buying those electronics don't pay that price. It's the people that want the product that pay that price. Okay. So just because repressive governments are punishing their people with big import tariffs so that they don't have access to wealth or access to the kinds of cheap products that can be produced elsewhere, just because they're punishing their people, that's a non sequitur to then be like, well, but we have to punish our people here in America because those people are being punished. Because it's economically illiterate to say that it was the lack of reciprocal tariffs that caused the manufacturing base to leave the country. That is not what happened. And making reciprocal tariffs is not going to bring the manufacturing base back. You have to address the actual economic issues. And everybody here probably knows that it's the monetary system, right? It's the monetary system. So focus on that. Focus on the crime of income taxes. Focus on the terrorist government, right? Focus on all of that stuff. But tariffs aren't going to do that. That's just hoopla. It's a bunch of nonsense. And guess what, guys? The politicians know it. Trump knows it. Like, he's not totally autistic. Like, they know that tariffs aren't the thing. So they're trying to do something else. The question that we should be asking as the freedom community, anarchists, etc., we should be saying, what are they actually trying to do? Like, what's really going on here? Because it's not about bringing the manufacturing base back to the United States. If they eliminate the income tax, then okay, I might say, you know what? Perhaps tariffs could be some sort of part of that, right? But until they actually eliminate income taxes or totally gut the IRS and make it completely facile, then I'm not going to believe that that's what's happening, right? Like, it's really difficult to believe that they're actually going to do that. But maybe I'll be wrong. I would love to be wrong on that one. So let's ask ourselves, what are they really doing here? What's the strategy that could be happening? So here's some proposals as ideas. Russia's currency. So we are like in this kind of like geopolitical conflict, you know, the West versus the East, Russia versus China. Yes, they all go to these big meetings and they're kind of friends, but they're also kind of enemies. Like the Chinese oligarchy would love to be dominating over the American oligarchy, right? And same thing, you know, with the Russians and their oligarchy. They would love to sort of be on top of that global power game. They cooperate when they need to, right? They know what's good for them, and they know that cooperation at certain levels is very useful. You know, like I think Ukraine, for example, was an example of them saying, hey, you know what, we got these old munitions and we have like, now we've got drones, and that's like totally new technology with these drone warfares, and we got some AI, we could have drone swarms. And they're like, well, you know what? We need a test ground battlefield to really develop this technology. Why don't we use Ukraine? We can launder some money at the time, you know, at the same time. You know, we could gain. Russia's like, yeah, we can gain a little bit of land. And the United States is like, yeah, we can sort of spend our old and soon to expiring munitions, and then we can get new defense bills going on, right? Like that's okay. So there's one aspect there. We're looking at Russia now, and so Ukraine was probably like sort of this gentleman's agreement of a war. Like, yeah, let's have a proxy war. Sounds good. Yeah, okay. You know, you'll grandstand in front of your people, and I'll do the same, and we'll get some drone warfare going on here, and you know, screw the Ukrainian people. I think that's a big factor in what happened there. Anyways, but there is still kind of like, there's still a real battle like happening there, right? There still is like a real struggle between the East and the West, between Russia and the United States, to try and like figure out, you know, how are we going to proceed from here, right? There's still this economic warfare happening, and so part of this crash, I believe, in these tariffs is related to oil and Russia and the ruble. So Russia requires certain prices of oil to sustain their ruble price. You know, they're not nearly as resilient as the United States economy. They don't have the world's reserve currency, and they don't have control over the kinds of, you know, just vast swaths of the entire globe like the United States does. And so if we crash the oil price for a period of time, that hurts Russia. That definitely hurts their ruble. So there could be a geopolitical maneuvering going on there to try and force Russia into some sort of better terms and better agreements, and then like end the Ukrainian war. So I think that's potentially a factor. As always, one of the like their modus operandi is to wipe out business, the lower business, the small business, and then consolidate it into the bigger business. We've had a nice like 4-year run on the AI craze, and it might be time to wipe out a lot of those businesses and then consolidate things into the larger businesses there. So a nice recession is a great way to do that. So they're probably trying to consolidate. Here's another idea. The plebs have kind of figured out the whole tax schema and the loopholes for the corporations and the offshoring and all that stuff. A lot of plebs figuring out a lot of stuff about the IRS, and now it's time to change the game. Like, oh, you guys think you know what's going on? Well, let's change the game. Let's pivot to tariffs and import taxes, and then we will selectively lower the import taxes for big companies, right? But are they going to lower the import taxes for small business? Probably not. They'll probably pretend like they are, but the real tax breaks, as always, are going to happen for the big guys, for their friends, for the oligarchy, etc. So that's one thing. That's another like proposition of what's happening here, right? They're trying to create a new tax schema, and they're trying to preference the big boy friends, and in the process, you know, again, cyclically, they do this all the time. Expand, print, leverage, everything's good, a whole bunch of new businesses, and then .com, wipe out the low guys, wipe out the small guys, so that Amazon, Facebook, the fangs can rise in the ashes. They can, like a phoenix from the ashes of the crisis they created. They can consolidate the control corporately of what's going on, and then later, you know, 10 years later, they can use it to censor your speech. So I think all of those things are very likely factors in what's going on here, and like, why now? What are the tariffs actually designed? What are they actually trying to accomplish? So I know that was long. I know that's a long rant, but I hopefully like that is a somewhat coherent picture combined with a little bit of speculation, brainstorming that you know, you guys can listen to and kind of make your own decisions, integrate into your own thinking. So, whew, all right, that was a long one. Let's get back to the charts and the prices now, and say, okay, with that in mind, with that big context in mind, this is like, that's how I'm approaching when I'm looking at these charts. So hopefully you guys understand now that it's not just astrology for dudes, but I'm also incorporating a lot of fundamental things going on here. So we're on the weekly in oil. Let's go to the daily actually. And as we've talked about, right, I've said for a long time, this chart this chart had a lot of propping up happening in it. And right, we were looking at this area saying, okay, we're in this zone here. You know, it's not like It's not terrible, but this is our yellow zone, as we talked about. We said this is our red zone. When we get into the red zone, that's flashing at you like, hey, shit's about to go down. And shit currently seems to be going down. NASDAQ and S&P are already down 20%. So, but yeah, this chart was like, oh, I'm not going to crash. Let's pretend like nope. And then it fell down. And again, it was like, pretend I'm not going to crash. And then it crashed. So like, that's exactly what we expected with the oil. This was our alpha the entire time. As I said, like, this is the chart that tells you that something's really coming, that it's very close. So, yeah, that was useful. It'll continue to be useful. And again, oh, you know what? For those of you that trade oil, since I know all of you are on the regular stock market trading oil, let's take a look at levels. So if we're truly in a macro crash, and this thing is, and it's truly, economic warfare against the Russians, among other things, this is your levels, right? You're looking for somewhere between $50 oil and like 42, 44. Let's draw a line this way. That would be mo better. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, about $44 oil, maybe 42 to hit this lower line down here. So in case you don't know what that line is, let's just expand. Probably you saw it already when I did the chart earlier, but this is a huge line, right? So this goes all the way back to the .com. So the .com crash, actually, it's interesting. Oil fell before the .com crash. So it doesn't always fall, but in this case, it was going to, because of the tariffs and the economic slowdown, much like the C word back in 2020. So anyways, yeah, so we've got this long line here. It's formed by the touch of the pre.com crash. I don't know what the hell that was. I guess that was just the reaction off of the commodities bounce that happened into 2011, 2012. Anyways, so yeah, you'll notice that this line down here is sort of coincident, almost coincident closely with the orange bands here. The orange bands, again, are a zone. They're not a hard stopping point, but they can be. And at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if $50 was a stopping point, but it could very easily drop here down to like 42. So anyways, 42 to 50 would be your target purchase area on U.S. oil in the event of a real macro crash and recession, which is what I think is the most likely thing to happen right now. Dollar index dollar's going to be showing volatility, guys, as things go down. Like you saw the dollar crashing, and then it had a big kind of reaction bounce at some point. If everyone realizes it's the macro crash, it's very possible people are going to go to safety of the dollar. But with the tariffs, like, guys, there's a lot up in the air now, because these tariffs are going to change a lot of the fabric of the global economy. And so it's very, very possible that we could see new regimes of market, like new profiles in the market, new patterns could be emerging as a result of this. It's going to take me some time to process all that and think about what might those patterns be. But in the past, and because of historic patterns, it's very likely that the dollar is going to find some major bounce, some major upside at some point here when people run to the safety of the dollar, and then it'll start bleeding off as the intervention happens and JPOW comes out and whatever. Oh shit! You know what? That's one more thing I forgot to talk about. There's one more important piece here for why it is. I think that yes, this is truly a macro crash on our doorstep, incipient, happening in front of you from the comfort of your own home. So we had there was a JPOW meeting. It wasn't an official FOMC meeting, but it was just Jerome Powell got in front of a big audience and broadcasted live. And mostly they were all concerned about the tariffs and how things are changing. Okay, so what he communicated is that he said, listen, I don't want to respond to anything particularly that a politician says. I try to separate myself. It's appropriate for us as monetary policy people to separate ourselves from the whims of politicians and whatnot. So that was one thing, but here's the main thing. He says that right now we are slightly restrictive and we can move if necessary, but we aren't going to try and anticipate or decide what the market is going to do and then act in anticipation or in advance of what the market is going to do. We're going to let the market tell us what to do. We're going to wait. We're going to collect data. We're going to see how does the world respond to global tariffs, and then we'll act once it's clear that the data indicates that we should and that it's appropriate, right? That's a very lawyer way of saying we're not going to do shit. Market's going to crash. If it's got to crash, it's going to crash. But don't worry. Rates are high. We can bring them down. We have many tools. JPOW has a lot of tools. I don't know if he's one of, what, we're not going to see. We won't go there. JPOW has tools in his tool chest to respond to markets. So effectively what I heard is we're not going to do anything. Have fun. Sorry, plebs. You're going to get broke for a little bit of time, but don't worry. We'll probably reinflate it. So that's good to know, right? That's like a confirmation of, yeah, they're basically saying we'll rescue the market without saying it, right? Not so many words. We'll rescue the market once it crashes. So that's what we're looking for, guys. That's your max opportunity. If you want to short the market here, you can. Know that shorting is dangerous. Shorting is always inherently more dangerous than longing. my prime mentality here is to wait for key levels and then deploy cash that I've had sitting for a while. And you deploy that cash, you can deploy it on leverage, you can take risk, you can go for the riskier assets, and it's basically free money because they're printing money and everything's going to expand. Like, that's just what happens. Liquidity comes along, everything's going to expand, right? So wait for NVIDIA to hit those levels, and S&P, et cetera, to hit those levels, and crypto, whatever, AI cryptos to hit those levels that we're looking for, and then get in and then just sit tight, right? That's my strategy.
Buy your MicroStrategy double X long, 2X longs or whatever.
Exactly.
MSTUU or whatever that ticker is.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's that honestly, if you're in the stock market, that is absolutely a way to do it. But hey, don't forget, you've got all these other ETFs that represent other cryptos out there. So you don't got to give Saylor, you don't have to cut him in on that deal. You could just go straight through BlackRock or Vanguard or any of the other big players out there. You get to choose which cabal participants. You get to choose which elitist that you prefer to hand your middleman money to. So, that's quote unquote good, I suppose, winning, etc. All right, let's look at gold. Gold did that thing where we talked about it pulled back. So here's the 15-minute chart. And you'll see kind of why I love my wave magic. I know I talk about it all the time, but I mean, you've got the purple bands, did a good job there. Again, did a good job there. And now I have done a good job right here. At a minimum, probably on Monday, gold's going to get a little bounce at some point. And if it's going to crash, then it'll kind of do this and then make its way down. But that's the 15-minute chart. So let's just eliminate that and then come to the longer chart here. Hang on a second. Let me delete some of these lines.
While you're doing that, Bawdy, I have to ask, when you do go to sell your wave magic, since that's something that seemingly nobody else has, are you going to sell it exclusively for Monero? Because that would increase the demand for Monero if you cannot buy it with anything else.
Well, I would definitely accept Monero. I probably won't sell this, bro. There's more work to be done here. There's more opportunity and leverage to take advantage of. There's algorithmic stuff. TradingView doesn't provide the kinds of compute resources that I need to actually make this thing as magical as I would like. But there's a lot of algorithmic stuff to extract out of here. So I'm probably going to do that. I actually had a long conversation with AI about this. And the problem is that it's really hard to sell stuff like this to companies, because in the process of presenting them what you have and convincing them that it's great, they have an engineer in the room and they're like, oh yeah, we could replicate that. That's no problem, right? Like, for the most part, almost all these indicators, they're not anything cosmic. I'm not doing PhD advanced level mathematics here. Like, this is basic stuff. It's just a really good idea that somehow nobody thought of. And if I tell them what this idea is, they'll take it immediately and reproduce it. So like, I can't even sell it for a big ticket item. So then I have to sell it. I got to get a YouTube channel, and then I got to like promote it, and then I got to take subscriptions and do all that stuff. And that's a lot of work, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff to do. I honestly, I can make more money just as easily leveraging this on my own. So I know it's kind of selfish. I almost never even shared it with you guys. It took me like a year before I was even like ready to share it with you guys. I said, you guys are my friends, and you guys, like, I should share it with y'all. Y'all should be able to at least see what's going on here. So I wouldn't sell it to anyone that would pay Monero for it. How's that? To answer your question, if you would pay Monero, I wouldn't want to charge you anyways. So at least I can give you guys some stuff for free here. Yeah. Okay. So we got gold here on the daily, and gold, like we said, has been on a major tear, right? It looks really good. Actually, let's put gold on my new version of the Wave Magic, because I think it looks cooler. But yeah, gold needed a little pullback. Like, let's take a look here. Gold did a 4.5% pullback, but what did it do here? 4% pullback. Here it did a 9% pullback. We have here 5% pullback. So I mean, like, gold didn't do anything yesterday that wasn't like already within its like normal volatility for the chart. Now, is this going to fall further? If there's a big macro crash, maybe, probably. It does seem like gold has been the risk off play. Like, markets have been de-risking, and it looks to me like they've been going to gold. There was a news story that Germany was like threatening or demanding its gold back from the Fed because of the tariffs or whatever. So there's actually on Friday, there was a counterattack. There was a counterstrike by some consortium of nations that were like, all right, well, you want to try and tariff us? Well, let's tariff you even harder, America. So it's like, all right, now that's bad. So that's another reason the markets crashed on Friday. Anyway, so yeah, gold here kind of needed to pull back. It's still like, and it's still in its bullish band structure, right? It's still in this purple band, just riding that up. So honestly, guys, at this point, given the nature of how crypto is held and gold has just been on an absolute tear, like a rampage that I didn't expect gold to be on this kind of a rampage. Maybe I should have, because gold typically, from what we've seen, gold does go on a rampage pre-crash. Like, let's go to the weekly here, and then go back to 2008, because that is actually, I'm pretty sure what happened. I think I still do expect gold to crash. Like, maybe I'm not as super confident about that, but I think it's more likely than not that gold will crash going into, yeah, okay, so look at this, guys. If you look at the bottom of the chart, here's 2007, and we continue on. This peak happens in March of 2008. That was basically, that was kind of the peak in the S&P, right? So gold really did go on a rampage back in the 2008 crash, before the crash actually happened. And then it ended up kind of trying to hold its own. And then you can see here, when the real crash happened, then gold crashed with it. So you'll notice, though, that's a very long time frame, right? Like the 2008 crash happened over the course of like 6 months, 7 months. So yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind. Things can crash slowly, right? It could be a train wreck in slow motion. Let's go to 2020 and then check out what gold did during 2020. Let's expand. All right, so gold, let's go to, okay, so here's March of 2020. That's when like the big crash happened, and gold actually pumped as the crash happened. Like as the crash began, gold pumped. Gold had a big move. In fact, from December to that top, that was a 16% move up in gold. And then when things began crashing in earnest, gold crashed with it, but it didn't crash that much, right? It only crashed like 14%. And that was after it had already made a big move up. So, I do expect gold is eventually going to crash with the rest of the market. But maybe that time isn't perfectly now. Personally, I'm not selling my gold. I'm just going to hold through it. That's a safety play. That's like, you know what? Even if gold does crash, I don't care. It recovers faster. And it's already made such a big run. I don't want to be 100% in cash, because that is also dangerous, right? At the moment, gold is keeping up with inflation. I think just hold your gold plays. Let's see, where can we look? And we've talked about this before, but let's put the stats up here, and let's look at the wave magic.
Just a quick thing. If gold was to crash if gold was to crash 14% from where it's at now, you'd be looking at $26.30 per ounce.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's interestingly enough, that's probably that's a really solid place to look for gold to crash right here. Because if you remember, this line right here, this is the line that we draw from the 1980 blow off and the 2011 blow off, right? So that's a major line. And it's gotten beaten. It did consolidation here. So you might tell yourself, well, it doesn't need to retest it. But in a crash like this would be a really solid spot to expect gold to hit and at least get a reaction bounce. But yeah, I mean, once the intervention happens, gold is going to pump. Everything's going to pump. Gold's going to new highs. So again, like we've talked about, my personal spot is probably this purple line right here. That's a really solid spot to look for gold to hit. That's the kind of place, like once it hits there, it could go further. Typically that's a really good stopping point, but it's not always a stopping point. Sometimes it kind of goes up like that, and then maybe it'll beat down or something. But that's a good place to swap, to rotate your positions out of gold and into something else. And if you can learn how to rotate, not trading, but you learn how to reallocate and rotate your allocations, right? That's where the magic is. That's better than just pure DCA. If you can get a reasonable pulse on what the market is doing, you just rotate your assets to where the thing is happening, and you just sit tight for a year, maybe 2 years, and you don't have to look at markets necessarily every day. But yeah, okay. So gold could crash. Gold's probably going to crash if everything else crashes. But it's also going to recover faster. Personally, I'm just going to sit tight on my gold positions and wait for a good opportunity to rotate. That it's getting close. Like gold is getting close to that opportunity to rotate. We're not quite there. I like how it seems to kind of be lining up with the notion of an intervention, the presumed intervention that Jay Powell basically told us that they're going to do if shit gets bad. Okay, so let's look at the reverse repos now. Reverse repos, as we said, were another indicator for us to tell us, hey, is this just like a fluke? Is this just, a wick, or is this real? Well, right now we have this uptrend, right? This is an uptrend that we haven't seen. We haven't seen the reverse repos act like this for quite a period of time now, since really before the bear market of 2022. So we have to go like way back here. In fact, we won't do it. We're not going to go all the way back there. That'll take too long. But anyways, this thing has been in a downtrend for a very long time. And now you can see reverse repos are actually in this uptrend. And likely what this indicates is risk off, right? Companies, institutions are parking money with the Federal Reserve overnight. In reality, though, if you're an institution, you're a big money player, you don't the Fed's going to be lowering rates. You're looking at this and you're saying, hey, the Fed's going to lower rates. Do I really want to park money with the Fed overnight? We need to get ourselves into bonds, right? We need to get ourselves into long-term bonds that are going to help keep us afloat through this storm, that are going to yield us, 4.5%, 5% while this shit's washing out. And that's a much more responsible play for them. And here's the other thing. If the Fed lowers rates and the bond rates go down, that makes the people holding the higher yielding bonds, that makes their bonds even more valuable that they can then sell on the market later. So right now, what you expect to see, and this is why we've talked about this for a long time, when stocks crash and things are risky, companies and institutions, they go into bonds, right? They protect themselves by buying high-rated bonds before the Fed lowers the rates. And because of that, you see bond rates going down. Yields on treasuries go down as companies pour into trying to hold treasuries. Because if you're selling treasuries, you want to sell them at the lowest rate possible, but the market demands a certain rate to actually purchase your bonds. And so there's like this kind of floating thing that happens there. And so if you have a whole bunch of companies saying, hey, I want your bonds, you're like, well, okay, but I don't have to charge you, you're not going to get a high percentage on this. I'm going to charge you, it's going to be a lower percent bond. So I don't have to pay you as much in the future. And the more people that come into bonds, the more that tends to happen, right? The more that you're like, no, we're lowering rates. And this is not the Federal Reserve funds rate, right? This is just the way that treasuries, the United States government is selling treasuries. So it's one of those big things that we've talked about for a long time. It's the pattern that happens every time when you risk off, you expect yields to sharply reverse towards the downside. And on Friday, we finally saw the actual manifestation of that. So if we zoom into the chart here, more, you can see that, okay, there was this big peak in January. Bonds have kind of been coming down since then. And we've had a couple sharp sell-offs here now. So this was a sharp sell-off, but it's nothing too crazy yet. But, next week will be very revealing, I think. Maybe some kind of intervention could happen, from the politicians, from Trump or something. Maybe something could happen where they come out and maybe they start talking up getting rid of the income tax, or eliminating the IRS. They could do that, and that might actually like put a damper on markets crashing for a little bit of time. But I think it's in motion, guys. I don't think this can be stopped at this point, and I don't think the cabal wants to stop it. Like they might want to jack it around some, like, hey, it's going to be okay. Okay, market pump, relief rally, and then it goes back down. But I would say we're basically all but confirmed here that, yeah, this is the macro crash we've been talking about for a long time. So anyways, we're expecting bond rates to continue crashing towards the downside. We expect downside volatility, sharp movements, and that's another confirmation that, yes, this is the macro crash in action. Smart money institutions and even like pleb family offices are moving into bonds, right? That's just such a common thing to happen. So at the moment, yeah, that's a corroborating signal. Just like we have the oil corroborating signal. Now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more, the reverse repos are kind of a corroborating signal, but maybe this isn't going to smash towards the upside as much as we think, because the Fed is going to lower rates, right? So people would prefer, if you're an institution, you would smartly prefer to go get a high yielding bond now than to park money with the Federal Reserve overnight when you know that they're going to lower rates. And that rates are going to be crashing. So this might still trend up to some extent, but not massively, not like right before the bear market, not like that. Okay, so I think mostly that's the macro. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ and the S&P, because these were the major crashes. So we're talking about crash. Where's this crash? I don't see it in crypto. Well, we're seeing it in the NASDAQ. We're seeing it in the S&P 500 in the stock market. So currently down 17.5%. That is more than just like a correction. The biggest one we had here, that was 11%, right? And then here, I think we've measured this many times before, but we'll just do it again. Right, that was a 6% crash back in April of 2024. In June of 2024, we had another crash, but again, that was 9%. So this is the largest crash that the S&P 500 has seen since the bear market, right? And if we crash, I can't remember, is it 20% or 25%? That's technically a bear market, at least from like the traditional
that's 20%
standpoint. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. So yeah, S&P is not looking good. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I'm a little bit jumpy there on the charts. What we're looking for here in a macro crash, this is a solid level. So the 4,000 level, you kind of expect to hit that lower standard deviation cluster. I'm seeing a comment here on YouTube. It says, "Is there a way to have these wave magic?" And the answer is no. I don't share it. I don't sell it. It's kind of my I can't like I have to hold this a little bit closer to the vest, because if it gets out, like it's the magic of it's going to disappear and people are going to start trading it. It's going to get out to big companies and then the alpha will be gone. So like I've got to, like honestly, I shouldn't even be sharing it with you guys, like just, offhand on the price report here. Also, we'll get to BTC in a second. Oh, okay. So yeah, we have YouTube comment. Roy says, Bawdy, do you think BTC will tank soon? I think the answer to that is yes. Probably BTC is kind of acting similarly a little bit to gold. So it's kind of like this half risk on asset, half digital gold. So maybe the maxis did actually manifest the gold, the gold mantra, or, they repeated it enough times that maybe it's become partially true, right? Maybe Bitcoin can act as a little bit of a risk off hedge, an inflation hedge to some extent. It's also obviously correlated to risk on. So, but yeah, I mean, if we think gold is going to crash, then Bitcoin is going to crash with it. Especially if we think about, okay, Bitcoin has all these ETFs, you got MicroStrategy, you've got like just all the, all the stuff integrated into the regular financial markets now. And when things crash and people just smash the sell button, they smash sell on everything, including gold, including Bitcoin, and they go to cash, right? That's a phenomenon that happens. So you would expect, I mean, Bitcoin should eventually show some crashiness with the rest of the market as well. It's really interesting that it's held its own on Friday. But I don't think that's going to continue. It shouldn't, like from a very theoretical sense and from a historical sense, that shouldn't continue. It should eventually follow down. So if we have any super chats as well, let me know. I don't know if we do, but yeah. So anyways, okay, stock market, we're looking for 4,000 here. That would be a pretty obvious spot. Is that going to be the absolute bottom? I don't know, but it will be a good spot if you're a stock bro. If you have your 401k or you're managing your own stuff, right? This is a spot to pick up some stocks and then just sit tight. Hopefully that'll coincide, with like maybe the week after Fed intervention happens, like it's all in flux, right? It's all like fluid. So we're going to have to look and say, what's the sequence of events and how does it relate to the, what's happening while things are dropping and intervention happens, and where's that in relation to my tea leaves astrology for dudes here on these charts, and then we can make a decision later into the future. But for now, you'd be saying 4,000 is a headliner number for the S&P 500. And on the same token, we would say about 12,700, 12,300 is the same. It is kind of like a similar wave magic level for the NASDAQ to pick up NASDAQ. I recommend, so like if you're asking me, like, no one has, but if you would ask me, what would I say that you should buy at the bottom? I would say just buy the NASDAQ, bros. Like just buy it. Just like it's the NASDAQ is gonna keep the top companies there in the NASDAQ. When you buy that ticker. It tends to go up like 10% per year. It's going to go up way more than that in a liquidity expansion, in a renewed liquidity expansion. And then also buy semiconductors, buy AI, buy the big ones, right? Don't buy the little ones. Maybe if you really know what you're doing, then you don't really need my advice. But if you're just like, what do I buy? Buy like a semiconductor ETF, right? Like buy NVIDIA, buy the NASDAQ. So anyways, that would be my suggestion there. My professional financial suggestion, because it's not financial advice, whatever those lawyers decided those words mean as they rubbed their hands together, anticipating the lawsuits. All right, we already talked about bonds. Let's see what they did with the GDP, because they're always revising these numbers. GDP now, they say for the last quarter was minus 2.85. Okay, yeah, that's going to stay negative, and the next quarter that we see, the next numbers we see, it's going to be too late. Probably the crash will be bottoming by then, or have already bottomed. And we're going to be getting negative GDP for this quarter as well, most likely, since all this craziness is happening. These numbers will be interesting to look at, but they're so slow. We looked at these a long time ago. We said, hey, is the monetary system collapsing? And it's like, well, no, like it is kind of at certain, in one chart here, debt to GDP is kind of at like World War II levels of extreme, but we've been at World War II levels of extreme since like, I don't know, like 2012 or something. Like it just doesn't seem like this chart matters. And everything else, like the interest payment on the debt relative to the GDP, federal expenditures relative to the interest, like all of that stuff, none of that is really like none of that really terribly looks like problematic. I've been hoping to see new numbers here, but these charts move so slowly. Like it could be next year and we're like, oh, these charts look the same. So But if they spike, you know, these charts would be like warning bells, very long-term warning bells, if they hypothetically spike in certain directions, you know, and they're all spiking, which could happen during a macro crash. And I kind of expect that to happen a little bit during a macro crash. But anyways, we probably don't need to cover that too much. All right, we already covered Monero. Let's just go to crypto in general. Let's go to Bitcoin. People asking about Bitcoin. So we're on the daily chart right here, and yeah, Bitcoin like fell to moving average cluster. It almost tried to tag the swing high, right? The previous swing all-time high back in back last year, back in like March of last year. That would make a whole lot of sense to tag this line, right? To tag that and establish that as support, and then go towards the upside. Since we're facing the macro crash, you know, I really expect this guy to probably go towards the downside. My hope and prayer is that we actually tag the green line. This green line, let's actually clear everything. Let's go back to regression analysis. This regression analysis is free. You can get this. I do share this. You just go to Bawdyanarchist on TradingView, and then you'll see the stuff that I've shared for free. There we go. It was lagging there. Okay, so effectively, you know, this is the Bitcoin boundary price, right? The red line is sell, the green line is buy. Really, DCA below the blue line is the strategy. And as you approach the red line, DCA out of Bitcoin. And the last time that we had a macro crash was obviously 2020, and we touched the green line. This green line is it's defined by this touch right here. It's defined by that, because the macro crash of 2020 was a more divergent price of Bitcoin from the model than even the bear market low, because it occurred so much further in time. And believe it or not, the same thing happened back in 2015. So we had the bear market bottom that happened at the beginning of 2015, but then a whole year later, Bitcoin kind of crashed again. And believe it or not, the more divergent part of the model is not here, but here. So we defined the bottom of the green line on the basis of the most divergent points of the model, right? We're trying to say, what is the absolute lowest boundary we expect Bitcoin price could ever hit? And right now, that absolute lowest boundary that we would expect Bitcoin price might hit currently sits at about 36,000, 37,000. You know, we go, it's a rising line, so it would be like 38,000. I know that sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy. And maybe Bitcoin doesn't fall that much. It doesn't have to. I'm just saying that if it does, if it hits this green line down here, that is your buy point. That is your leverage long. That is your irresponsible leverage long. Like, one thing I would recommend doing maybe is, if we hit this line, stagger your bets, right? So put a big amount of money, obviously just buy, no leverage. Put some like reasonably large chunk of money into buying on like 2 or 3x, right? And then put a small amount of money and leverage like 10x or something, right? Something stupid, something 15, 20x, right? Leverage a small amount of Bitcoin on big leverage. And, you know, if you get liquidated, you're like, all right, whatever, I got liquidated. You won't care, because your other gains will be really good. And that liquidation will only happen for a short period of time. And your other stuff should be fine. But if it doesn't get liquidated, and there's a reasonably good chance that it doesn't, right? Especially if you touch the screen line, you could make 10x on a small bet, and you could really, really that could amplify big time. So anyways, that's a spot to look for. If we turn on the wave magic on Bitcoin, we can look for some more spots, some more wave magic levels, clustering of bands and whatnot. So this probably we won't ever get down to these orange bands. That would be like absolute destruction. I don't think that these orange bands are a reasonable place to look for, but a reasonable place to look for, I do think, is this convergence where you have the lower blue bands. I know that's a little bit hard to see. That looks like white bands, and it's convergence of the moving average clusters, but also the lowest standard deviation cluster sits right here. So that would be another spot to look for. And it's interesting because that's actually that's convergent. That spot is convergent with the lower regression analysis on Bitcoin, basically the green line, which I just added there. So yeah, those are the levels I'm eyeballing, guys. I'm looking for max opportunity. I will remain fluid. So when they do the intervention, we will evaluate. Usually it takes 1 to 3 weeks for the markets to bottom after the intervention happens or is announced. So we might not buy immediately as JPOW intervenes, but maybe we do. You know, markets learn, so shit gets front run. So it might be wise to just buy the market whenever JPOW intervenes, under the expectation that, yeah, it could go lower still, but you're starting to DCA back into the market if you've sold here, or if you have a big cash position, right? So yeah, we could definitely be looking here at, like, I mean, 40,000 Bitcoin wouldn't be an unreasonable level at a minimum, guys. I mean, we should at least expect 60,000 Bitcoin, I think, in this macro crash. Like, that's, I don't see how we don't go below that, but at a minimum, I would expect 60 grand on Bitcoin. So anyways, yeah, that's what the Bitcoin chart looks like. Dominance, I hate to say it, dominance is probably going up here. Like people are gonna, if people are fleeing stuff, right? If people are smashing the sell button, they're gonna, they smash sell on the alts to go to Bitcoin. They smash sell on Bitcoin to go to gold. They smash sell on gold to go to the dollar. That's just, that's the order of love or hate, whichever way you want to phrase it. But Bitcoin is coming to these big standard deviation levels. This should be a stopping point, not a hard stopping point, because like, for example, you can see here, right, price did wick above that, and we might see, some wicks that do that. But overall, this should be the end of the Bitcoin dominance bull market, and especially as the intervention happens, the liquidity expansion happens, you're going to see altcoins make another big run, and like, yeah, you're going to see really good opportunities to pick up shitcoins, guys. Like, honestly, when you see Bitcoin dominance spiking, that's the time to be picking up shitcoins, right? When you see Bitcoin dominance at like 65% or some shit like that, or 68%, that's when you sell. That's when you sell your Bitcoin, you get into altcoins, and you're going to be doing really good there. Like, just statistically speaking. Z-scores, nothing happening on the Z-scores. You can see everything's basically flat. It looks like Tron is somehow doing good. Okay, whatever. That's just the cabal deciding which coin they want to pump at the meantime, or maybe there's some like money moving that they need to use Tron for something, probably Tether, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, Monero's still sort of like doing well above everyone else in terms of Z-scores, still holding its local highs. Everything else is well below its local highs. Oh shit, including Litecoin. Hey, you remember a few weeks ago, we were like, hey, Litecoin is like pretending like it's going to hang out with us, and then it actually just fell, and now it's lower than everybody else. So big laughs were had by all regarding Litecoin. I don't know if you guys want to look at privacy shitcoins. Nothing is good is going to happen as macro crash happens with privacy shitcoins. Expect this to get worse for these guys. Pirate Chain, sorry, R Bros, sorry, Mexican Anarchist, Dollar Vigilante, Anarchapulco People. Pirate Chain is probably not going to do so great here. It could easily break this down and go for this level. It could easily lose 40% here. Maybe you get a reaction bounce, right? So we've got the structure defined, we got this descending wedge. Maybe you can get a reaction bounce, and that wouldn't even be too crazy. So let's go to the 8 hour, and you'll be able to see the wave magic a little bit easier. So what has happened, right? The wave magic lines have curled down. The standard deviation clusters are curling down. It would be reasonable maybe to like kind of spike and hit that guy and then eventually break down. But this wedge structure is going to break down at this point. Like, I can't imagine that any macro crash sees Pirate Chain somehow not being affected. So can you hear the ridicule in my voice? I'm sorry, guys. Pirate Chain, if it just wasn't so heavily pre-mined, all you guys had to do is merge mine with Monero, and I'd actually support it. But okay, whatever. Zcash pretending like they're cool. They somehow pumped 26% in the past. Oh, did they? No, that's the weekly. Let's see what they did. Zcash still like, yeah, I mean, okay, whatever. They hit these upper standard deviation bands. That's not good. Zcash is also going to crash with the markets as well. I don't see how they can save that. Darrow, lol. Here's the Xano chart. I will let you guys look at it, and y'all can decide what to do with this chart on your own. There's the daily. Here's the 4 hour. Because I'm not going to be the reason. I'm not going to be the reason that Xano makes moves in the markets, right? Like, I just don't want to be the reason. This might be a thing right here. It actually looks like it has been significant. That's a clustering that's kind of dying off, but it's still like a level, I guess. I don't know. Whether that breaks down or holds a support is for you, the listener, to decide. Goodbye, Xano. Okay, unless there's anything else, unless there's anything else that people have for us, maybe we could look at the Bitcoin versus the NASDAQ, I guess. That's probably something for us to look at. Bitcoin's doing relatively well to the NASDAQ, and it's going to beat the NASDAQ. When the liquidity expansion happens, Bitcoin is going to resume its bull market versus the NASDAQ. Currently trying to beat those all-time highs that happened back here, 2021. So far, like you got to beat the NASDAQ. If you're Bitcoin, you got to beat the NASDAQ. Otherwise, why didn't I just buy the traditional market, right? Bitcoin is going to beat the NASDAQ. This is a long-term bullish structure. Yeah, maybe it could like fall down here to these levels, and then come back and do this. But I mean, it's ultimately going to get higher there. So like we've said, Bitcoin is just tech stocks on steroids. And somehow it also seems to now actually be acting as a digital gold. That narrative, congratulations, they created the reality, they manifested, they mantra, they did the thing, they Buddhist their way to making Bitcoin at least partially digital gold, despite the fact that there's no fungibility, no privacy, and no transaction capacity. But hey, they still did it kind of. So little clap, I guess, for the maxis on that one. They actually kind of did it in a way. So but I mean, okay, that it's the Trojan horse, right? We can get our stuff in there. We can affinity scam, as they as the maxis would say. We can try and affinity scam. So let's just manifest an affinity scam, quote unquote scam, with Monero, and then overtake. Right, that's what's going to happen. Trojan horse was never meant to survive, but the mythos of the Greeks defeating Troy was meant to survive. So the Trojan horse Bitcoin, I don't know where that wooden horse is going to end up, guys, but the thing that will survive is the legend, which is Monero. All right. So with that positivity, I'll leave it there. Unless we have some questions, shoot me the questions if there's anything else.
I do have one question for you there, Bawdy.
Please, sir.
How do you do different disparate assets? So, for example, I'm big into selling things directly for Monero, and obviously, while I don't have barrels of oil to sell, how would you go about selling barrels of oil for Monero properly?
I probably wouldn't go about selling barrels of oil for Monero, but you're going to have to, if you really want to do it in a sustainable way that the government won't shut you down, because we all know, was it Ian Freeman, right? He was trying to sell a version of oil, gasoline, and they totally screwed him over. You would need to make a corporation. You would need to get the permits. You would need to probably just operate without pretending like you were going to do any cryptocurrency and oil, anything, and just do dollars for a while. Establish yourself, make a market niche, right? Make sure that you've got a reasonably stable business model, and then start selling for Monero, right? And then start selling for, you might have to open up to at least Bitcoin, but maybe you sell for Bitcoin and Monero. I guess the only way that I could see that you could make that happen. I
guess I didn't quite make myself clear. I meant with the price fluctuation. So obviously you can post Monero to a simple moving average like I always do, and you can post oil to a moving average like it's possible to do. But oil moves a lot more than Monero, actually, it seems like.
Let's actually take a look at it. So first of all, we'll divide XMR by oil, and then we'll take a look, maybe not at the weekly, that's too long. Let's go to the 2-day chart. So what you're saying is there a way in crypto to get exposure to the oil price relative to Monero? Is that about right?
No, I'm just saying if someone were to want to sell oil for Monero and keep it within keep it where they don't have to recalibrate the price every single minute, how would they go about doing so?
If they want it, so if I'm sorry, man, I guess maybe I'm just retarded this morning. If they wanted to sell,
he wants to price. He wants to price oil in Monero, right? Is that what you're saying, Shortway?
Correct. I would want to price oil in Monero. So I'm always saying use the 365 moving average for Monero, right? Or the 200-day or whatever. But oil moves independently of Monero, very, very much independently of Monero. So how would you price oil in Monero since they both move kind of rapidly, especially if you don't use averages?
I would start by dividing the two charts. We could either divide US oil by Monero or divide Monero by US oil. If we divide oil by XMR, which is probably the more correct way to do it, so we would say US oil divided by XMR USD. What you would then say is every barrel of oil costs 0.288 Monero, and then maybe we could add a moving average, right? We kind of like you do, right? I think that's a really good simple strategy. I like the simplicity of what you do. It's straightforward and it makes sense. And especially since Monero has been fairly stable, you could just take the 365 moving average of the US oil divided by Monero chart. Let's make this a little bit easier to see. Yeah, let's just make that a nice fat line. Okay, so that fat white line is the 365 moving average of how much XMR it takes to buy a barrel of oil. So that's been pretty stable between 0.43 XMR up to 0.55 XMR ish. So I think, would this answer your question? Is this kind of what you're getting at?
Yep, that's what I'm getting at. Thanks.
Yeah. At the moment, it looks actually like oil is undervalued relative to Monero. So at this moment, you would actually expect, you would be buying oil down here, saying, "Wait, that's mean reversion. We should see some movement towards the upside." This thing could probably get down farther, though, right? I would expect that this chart could fall further. Oil could become even cheaper, especially with how well Monero's been holding up. Monero's price relatively has remained pretty high. Although, still, guys, I don't expect that, if there's a macro crash, I don't expect that Monero is going to hold this $200 level. I would expect some washout to happen, but probably just big wicks, probably just big wicks down. So stay vigilant during the week. If you see Monero hitting these nice little wave magic levels, so like 165 is a first spot, and then 135 is the next spot, and then $100 is like free money. It's like, if you see $100 Monero, they're like, here you go, here's free money. All you have to do is buy, and you will make money. Like it's really, honestly, it's that simple. I know that sounds simplistic or whatever, but yeah, good question, man. Good way of thinking about things. I like that you continually push us back towards asking, what is the value of this asset relative to Monero? That's a good way of looking at things.
All right, awesome, man. Let's see. What do we have? Super chats here. We have Jerky tip $21.21. Wow, thank you, man. Very, very, very generous. Happy to be on the on to share my Jerky story. Glad to be here. Yep, we're bringing him up next as a special guest, and maybe I will send that $21 worth of Monero back to you as I buy some Jerky over here online. Anything else for Bawdy? I think the one guy who was asking about the head and shoulder, he did end up putting he was saying left shoulder December 24th in terms of has XMR, does it have a slanted head and shoulder on the weekly?
Left shoulder December 24th. 24th or December of 2020? He's got to be, he must mean December 2024.
Yeah, December 2024.
Oh, I see what he's saying. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's like slanted head and shoulders. I'm not sure that's even a pattern structure. I probably wouldn't use head and shoulder in this case to define this. I feel like that's you could do that, like, and maybe I wouldn't do it on the stream here. I would have to take like a half hour or so and play with this and like maybe try and rotate the chart, like take this slant out, like decide, okay, what's the, like, here's the way my thinking process would go on this. I would try and draw some like best fit line here and say, okay, how much is Monero's price going up, and then make an equation, just a simple like y equals ax plus b, and then you would subtract the price from using that equation. You would readjust this price downward to make it flat, and then you could say, okay, is that a head and shoulders? Honestly, that's going too far, right? Like these patterns, like they often imply certain types of market action, like this kind of thing, this type of action is happening in the market, and it tends to form this kind of pattern, which is why these patterns have a slight statistical probability of playing out in certain ways, but they don't always play out that way. As humans, we look for patterns in everything, and sometimes we see patterns where they don't exist. So you always have to like keep that in mind. That's our natural tendency to do that. And my only objection to creating a slanted head and shoulders would be that it requires interpretation, and it even requires some mathematical adjustment if you want to actually reduce some of the subjectivity of that interpretation. So I like personally, it's probably not something that I would use. I would probably use just more straightforward pleb lines, stuff like that. You can actually see that I kind of have some pleb lines drawn here. If we go to the daily, they make more sense. Maybe I drew them a little bit too far, but yeah, I mean, anyways, yeah, I probably wouldn't use that kind of metric unless you could like show me a compelling case, which I would be totally interested or, totally open towards but you would kind of have to like show me, because right now my brain doesn't fully feel like that would be a useful thing, but it could be. So anyways, that would be my answer there.
All right, fantastic, man, fantastic. So yeah, looking forward to see what next week brings. 60K Bitcoin sounds pretty good. 40K Bitcoin, wow, yeah. You're definitely all in on Bitcoin, and I assume Monero at that point. Anybody, if we ever get there, if anybody has any loose change, that is the time to get it out. But I don't know, man. I don't think we're going that low. I really don't think we're going down to 40. I would even be surprised 60 at this point.
I'm not calling for 40, but I'm hoping for 40. Right? Like that's absolute maximum opportunity, and it would also just beautifully match that lower boundary on the regression. It would be great. Might even be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if the macro continues to get like super crushed and things just, play out, just continue to develop in a way where things get worse than even imagined with regards to the trade war that's going on. There definitely is some black swan type of things that could come out of this, right? With regards to where Trump is taking us with this trade war, like we don't really know what the repercussions may be, right? It could get a lot worse before it gets better. Things could start to potentially break, perhaps in ways we haven't imagined.
One of the big problems is leverage. Like, what happens is you get this big leverage spin up on the new technology or the new thing, right? In this case, AI. And the banking system is designed to produce that, right? Effectively, the printing of money, all this excess printing of money is effectively a type of leverage in addition to the actual leverage that gets, you printed money, which is a type of leverage. And then that leverage gets even double levered in the markets where you get these big firms like doing all this crazy stuff and these like all this crazy stuff. And then once you get a situation where you have an economic recession, like is happening right now with the trade wars these are wars. Like on Friday, there was retaliatory tariffs that a consortium of nations announced, right? So when you get that, you get an unwinding of the leverage, which means things can fall a lot farther than we think they can. So it wouldn't be unprecedented, right? 2020, we saw Bitcoin fall like 65% from its top. We could see, if we saw the same thing here, 64%, that would put us at 40K. So I'm not necessarily calling for 40K, but it is on the table.
That's another reason I think it would.
Go ahead, Troy.
That's another reason I think it would be hard to cause Monero to drop a whole lot, because really there isn't a good way to leverage Monero with like the Ethereum shitcoins or whatever. You can like USDC and then Aave borrow some more and then like in and lever yourself up. With Monero, it's really hard to lever Monero.
Yeah, that's a great point. Which is why I think one of the phenomenons we've seen with Monero is when price is crashing. Yeah, you see Monero crash more, but it's a wick. It's only for like a day. Or like maybe a week maximum. Monero price will crash. And my assumption is that's effectively exchanges maxing out their fractional reserve, right? They're trying to dump as much Monero as they can on the market, but then they start running into withdrawal problems and they don't want to look like they're running into that. So like, I think they can jack the markets around a little bit, but the people in Monero, the people that bought Monero, we're not selling. Like, we don't care if there's a macro crash. We don't give a fuck if the market crashes. We're not selling. And so they can only jack the markets around so much on that basis. And so you're probably right, bro. And like that $100 is a pipe dream. You're probably right about that. I think 137 or 135 is like a spot potentially. Like that could be a real spot. But yeah, like the Monero price is built organically, which makes and a very good point, man. Really brilliant point, actually. That without the leverage there, it's harder for it to unwind. It's harder for price to just utterly crash for a long period of time.
Bawdy, what do you put the odds at President Trump effectively eliminating the IRS? Are we still at like a 0.1%? Or things ratcheting
No, I
up?
give him at least 10%. I give him at least 10%.
That would be wild. Like you said, I mean, that's the only way this tariff thing makes sense, is if on the other side of the equation, we eliminate the IRS. I mean, another thing that would be nice to eliminate is fiat, right? And the Fed. Right? Is that, could that be? I mean, it looks like Trump is going to be going out. There's a tariff war going on. It looks like there's going to be a war against the Fed itself, too. Because, I mean, Jay Powell may not listen to Trump, right? He seems like he's, really not taking Trump's advice here, and he might continue to do that for, I don't know, political reasons, whatever reasons he has, or just because he really thinks it is the best thing. But I could see it getting to the point where Trump starts calling for the ending of the Fed because he gets so pissed off at Powell.
No, that's 0%. At most, there's, like he'll just replace Powell with someone that's going to do his bidding. But no, like there's a 0% chance Trump's going to try and end the Fed. Like, it's just not going to happen. But there is a chance he might either totally gut the IRS, or like just try to eliminate it.
And we've talked about this before. Like, do you think there is even a way to effectively eliminate the Fed at this point and go back to a gold standard, obviously, or a Bitcoin standard, or some hybrid version? Like, what do you see as being the process to do that? I think some people say like we can't go back to a gold. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. I mean, markets would just adjust. I don't see. I obviously would cause a shit ton of issues, but I don't see anything that would physically prevent it from happening.
No, I don't think that necessarily there's a prevention. I think to do it without just destroying the economy for a long period of time, you'd have to take some really careful steps. And I've never really thought, honestly, I've never thought like, okay, well, what are the actual steps to not crash the economy, or at least too badly? Well, one of the first things that you would do is you would set limitations on the reserves, right? So you'd say, hey, currently it's basically infinity to one. You would at least at first go back to a 9-to-1 ratio and be like, listen, you can only print 9 times more than what you have in reserves, and then you would slowly decrement that over time. Other things that you would do is bring back, I think it's Frank Dodd, right, where they tried to separate investment banking from commercial banking. What you want are depository institutions that just don't reinvest that money, right? Investment banking is a whole other animal and fraught with risk. And you don't want people that are depositing money to end up losing that money because the bank, or having to invoke the FDIC because that bank made risky investments or printed money to make loans to other people, to other risky investments. So, right, you would start walking back that fractional reserve ratio, and then you would bring back some simple basic protections. You would, if you wanted to not prosecute, you really need to prosecute Wall Street, and Iceland is a good example of what happens when you tell people you can't do stupid shit. But you really have to start enforcing against the insane, reckless leverage and the too big to fail kind of stuff. You have to reduce the regulations against the smaller institutions like credit unions, for example. Like, you really want to promote credit unions more than anything. So you'd have to reduce the regulations and give credit unions a big window of opportunity, and small institutions a big window of opportunity to reemerge. Because credit unions don't do fractional reserve, right? And then you would start saying, okay, listen, we're going to audit. Obviously, we're going to audit the Fed. We're going to audit Fort Knox, and we're going to start requiring more and more reserves to be in certain assets that are important, that are transitionary, right? Like Bitcoin would be one of those. Like, okay, sure, whatever. I know it's whatever, but you would say, okay, the reserves in the Federal Reserve are now going to be based larger and larger on Bitcoin and gold, and maybe some other assets as well. And you would just make this slow transition to self-restraint on the monetary policy until you actually change things and you say, okay, our currency is now pegged to these things, right? Gold, Bitcoin, and maybe, I don't know, something else, maybe partially
Monero.
silver. Monero, obviously. Yeah, obviously. Sorry. And maybe silver, right? You might remonetize silver, and you might say, hey, let's get the cash economy going again. Let's remonetize silver. Let's bring back the 1965, quarters and dimes and whatnot. You would take all of these kinds of steps, and you would transition the economy. Like, that's a command down structure that you could do in a political sense to actually return things to some level of sanity. Sorry, I know that's a long answer. I hope I didn't ramble.
No, it's a fantastic answer, and as you say it just seems more more possible than we might imagine. I mean, like you said, it doesn't have to be that they completely rip off the Band-Aid. It could be, all right, we're just going to put constraints on how much money we can quote unquote print relative to the gold that we hold.
If they did it all at once, it would be an absolute disaster. But if they did it with, like the way Bawdy mentioned, slowly upping the reserve requirements on banks. And another thing is I think that it actually would take a little bit of regulation as well. As much as I hate regulation, you might have to put in more regulation to say you can't lever more than, say, 2 to 1 or something like that.
Yeah. You have to unwind this whole financial spider that's happened to try and, into every part of the economy.
I do feel like there is a mega Bitcoin case here to be made if like things go in the right direction, as the market tanks more, the tariff thing stays, and then things come rip roaring back. If Trump effectively eliminates the IRS, does things like there's easy things he could do, right? Even before eliminating the IRS, he could eliminate all capital gains on crypto. That could be something that, one of the easier steps that he does before he says we're getting rid of income tax altogether. He could do things like that, and maybe starts to, move towarst backing fiat with gold and crypto. I mean, they're creating these reserves, so it's not that far of a leap. And if all that happened at the same time as regulations are lowered, you could see a booming of the economy in return. And then I don't know. I think that's the direction they're trying to head. But to be determined. And I don't see how they do these things though before the midterms. I mean, and I think Trump, the Republicans are going to get crushed in the midterms at this pace. So, unless things start to move very quickly.
I think if you want to do it properly, it would take a decade at least.
I think so.
Like
yeah.
without crashing everything, I think it would take a decade.
So once Trump gets crushed in the midterms, and then what happens? Then it becomes like his hands are kind of tied at that point. It's going to become a lot harder for him to do anything. So. There is that scenario, and then where does that put us? That just kind of continues us on this downtrend, I would say, in the broader market.
Yeah, I feel like in order to eliminate the IRS, they really needed to play up. Like we're gonna implement tariffs and eliminate the IRS. Like they needed to put those together hand in hand in the national psyche.
But maybe they want to do one, and then but maybe they want to do one then the other because they want to tank the economy first, so that then they could get Powell to also then super low interest rates. So like let's lower the interest rates. Nobody's getting taxed on anything, and then it's just it's putting fuel in the fire, as opposed to announcing both, and then like the impact of the tariffs wouldn't be as bad. It wouldn't put as much pressure on the Fed to lower interest rates. So this way they kind of push the Fed into lowering interest rates, and then they come back and then they say, okay, and in addition to low interest rates, look at all these other things we're doing on the other side of the equation, getting rid of taxes, continuing to eliminate regulations, and all this corruption that we found with Doge. I mean,
yeah, that's a possibility. That would also maximize, like, it's the elimination of the tariffs was a chapter, right? The next chapter in the political theater would be the elimination of the IRS, or at least the massive reduction of income taxes. I bet you they won't eliminate income taxes because they're going to want to maintain that, like, we have the right to do this. They don't want to get rid of that entirely. So maybe they'll just like drop income taxes massively. That's a possibility.
Yeah, and that's a whole lot. Like, I don't even know how that happens effectively. Like, how do you eliminate the IRS? I mean, Congress doesn't need to be involved in that in any way.
I'm not sure anybody knows. Like the courts don't know, like because they didn't care that there would be some Supreme Court you to pay taxes.
There'd be some Supreme Court case at the end of it, right? If they were trying to do it, like it wouldn't just. There'd be a lot of hoops to go through politically.
I saw, and this is completely unreliable, but I saw some meme or something, or some people were saying that the IRS was formed by Lincoln initially as a revenue means to prosecute the war. And then they, they did the amendment or something, and the First Amendment, and I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's an executive order, because they did a lot of executive order shit back in the day, right? Back with Roosevelt to do a lot of things, right? That was like the emergence of the executive order. So I don't know if it's like an executive order that he could just like change the tax structure. Who knows, man?
And same with ending the Fed effectively too, right?
That definitely was an act of Congress, right? They actually did get the Federal Reserve Act in 1913. So you would actually have to get an act of Congress to remove the Fed.
Yeah.
But in terms of monetary policy, there's a shitload of things that they could do to be more responsible without going through Congress.
All right, big doings. Fun time to be alive and to have Bawdy walk us through it all. Thank you so much, man. Stick around if you can. We should definitely move it along now at this point. Sorry for dragging it on there a little bit, but I had my own questions, guys. We're going to get our special guest up here. Bawdy, yeah, please stick around. We'll do special guest, and then we'll do news because he's been hanging out a little bit. We have BarnMiner coming up. Let me go ahead and run the guest segment. Hopefully, BarnMiner, you are in fact ready, and we'll get you up and we'll hear your jerky story. All right, Bawdy, thank you so much. Here we go.
Thanks.
Let's bring up the guest.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cakewallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cakewallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right.
Hey there.
BarnMiner,
can you hear me all right?
What's up, man? Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, man. Loud and clear.
Good.
How's it going?
Glad to be on. I'm doing well.
Yeah, thanks for jumping up. So yeah, buddy. What's your jerky story?
Oh, Jerky story. So I guess it started. It's been a couple years now. I just started making jerky because I enjoyed it. It was fun, and I decided to do it as a fundraiser type thing for my local Bitcoin meetup, and just raise a few $100 every month or so, and people liked it. I stopped doing it, and people kept asking for me to do it, so I kind of stepped it up and bought a bigger smoker and got my kids involved, and it started as like a circular type thing. So we were buying the meat, we were having somebody buy the meat with like fiat, and then I was paying them in Bitcoin for the meat, and then selling it for Bitcoins. And my kids were earning
Nice.
Bitcoin. They were stacking it. They were learning how to use it. I was encouraging other people to buy it in Bitcoin. So it's kind of stayed that way and grown over the last a year and a half or so, and kind of branched off into using the funds to kind of put it back into the circular economy and donating to other FOSS projects. And it's just been a cool, fun kind of a hobby over the last year and a half. And we recently started using Monero and tinkering with Monero because Lightning just sucks. I use it and people spend it, but it's been a good tool for us. So it's new to us. We've been doing it for 6 months or so, and I'm
That's
just trying to hop into other circular economies.
that's beautiful to see. So yeah, so you're not some Monero maxi that's refuses to use other cryptos even if they function better for payment purposes.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm getting shit for accepting Monero, but it is what it is, man. It works. It's a little more fungible. It's faster. We've been using it a little while, and it crashed on our pay server. It wasn't Monero fault. It was a pay server issue, but
Okay.
it's been working out well.
I was going to
It's
say
been an experiment.
the Lightning people just cried when you said that Lightning sucks.
Oh, they did. Well, I tell them that all the time. I mean, I use it, and half of our, this isn't a big operation. We do like 60 pounds to 100 pounds of jerky a month. So it's just one weekend out of the month that I try to do, just a way to, put forth some energy to give back and to kind of foster some circle economies type stuff.
That's awesome, man. And have you always been doing the jerky thing, or you just figured out the jerky thing when you wanted to come up with something to sell for
Yeah,
people?
yeah. I think it turned into I was making it and sharing it, and then people were like, "Well, why don't you sell this?" And I was like, "Okay." And I made it just because jerky is expensive, and I found out why it's expensive actually, because the labor involved.
It's a process. And where'd you say you're getting the meat from? And you're paying in Bitcoin for
So
for the beef?
so we buy it locally. I wasn't the rancher is not accepting Bitcoin. But at first I was paying a friend to purchase it. He'd use his Visa card, and then I'd give him $400-$600 in Bitcoin. So it was a way for him to stack Bitcoin, and a way for me to not have to swap it back into fiat.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, there is a local guy that I get it from now. He buys it from the producers, from the ranches, and then he sells it for Bitcoin. So now I don't even have to go through that. I just call him up. He gets me the meat, and I pay him in Bitcoin.
That's fantastic, man. I love it. I love to see it. Maybe I missed this. How long have you said you've been in like crypto itself and Bitcoin?
I've been into Bitcoin, I guess, since about the last crash, 2018, 2019. I started, tinkering with nodes and then mining in 2020, and since then.
And so
And
I
that's
have.
go
Okay.
ahead, Shortwave.
Oh, I was just going to ask, your prices. Are you listing your prices in Bitcoin/Monero, or are you listing your prices in fiat and then it's calculated at the time of sale?
It's doing the pay server is doing it in fiat and calculating at the time of sale based on the exchange rates.
Which is
Unfortunately, I'd love to set it as a specific sats price. It's just unfortunately it fluctuates so damn much. Our time and energy each month. I get the concept, but it's just tough for me as running it through a business.
Fair enough. That's why I use the moving averages, like the longer term moving averages.
That's a good idea. I thought that I'll look at that, and I'll talk to you more about that. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we have it on XMR Bazaar where you could price things in fiat or you could price them in Monero. But maybe like Shortwave has suggested, maybe we could add a third option where you could basically price it in Monero based on the long-term moving average, which would be fun.
That's a good idea, and I'd be willing to
What
hop
do you
in
think,
and
Shortwave?
experiment.
Yeah. That could be. I know Shortwave would like that. It would make his life a little easier too, since he loves pricing things over now.
Yeah, see, I actually do the calculations myself right now. I say, okay, what's the current Monero 365 moving average? What am I paying for the product that I want to sell in fiat? And then take that price and divide it by the 365 moving average, and that's how I handle it. So right now, so if XMR Bazaar added a function to do that, where it just used the 365, that'd be even easier.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Oh yeah,
that'd be awesome. Yeah, so I'm bringing it up now, guys. You could go on XMR Bazaar. You can order the jerky for Monero. I see. So you're selling it at basically $21 for 6 ounces. Over here, you say you have 1 to 2 sacks for $6, 5 sacks for $11
for the shipping.
Oh, that's for the shipping. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So this is for one sack is $21 bucks. You get 6 ounces, and it's $6 to ship.
Correct.
Sweet. That's not bad at all. I am going to go ahead and order some. I'm going to try to do it actually right now as we chat. So pull it up. Let me pull this down so I don't broadcast the shipping address everywhere and whatnot. But I'm going to try to do that right now as we talk. I definitely want to try this. Have you made any sales on XMR Bazaar yet?
No, I haven't. I got
you just posted up, right?
I posted up, I don't know, maybe a week ago or less than a week ago. I did get some messages. That was another question. You guys are saying that you're changing or you're adding something for the messaging alerts to Signal, or you're looking at it, or
yes.
The only problem was I had to log in. I had the issue. I didn't respond to somebody immediately, and I was like, "Damn it! I must have not got alert or missed it."
Yes, no, that is definitely on the to-do list of features. Right now, we're working on adding a bonding feature so that vendors can essentially purchase a bond as insurance for sellers. So if you're somebody new, you're BarnMiner, you came on, you're selling your jerky, people don't know whether or not you're actually going to ship it when they send you the Monero. You can buy a bond, let's say for 1 Monero that would sit there and be locked up. And then if you do end up ripping somebody off and you don't ship
they get kickback.
the jerky,
that's a great idea.
They get a part of the bond, and at any time you can pull your bond out, so you can take it back off, so you get your Monero back. But yeah, after that we will be adding Signal and SimpleX messaging so that you can tie notifications from XMR Bazaar to your favorite chat messenger. We're going to start with Signal and SimpleX, since those seem to be the two biggest ones that are used among Monero folk. And then so if you're using Signal daily, you'll just see those notifications coming in as a message from XMR Bazaar. So yeah, it's definitely necessary, right? Because people they're not checking, as much as I'd love to believe, they're not hanging out on XMR Bazaar all day every day.
Yeah, that was the one thing I noticed the other day, and that would be a great addition. It pings me right away.
Yes. I'm trying to do 2 things at once here. Oh,
yeah, it's all right.
So, actually, if you want to, I don't know if you have the capability to jump in right now, because it's showing my order is pending. If you want to accept the order on your side, if you can. No worries.
See, I haven't logged in there.
Okay. Yeah, you should have gotten a notification. And
I actually have to check XMR Bazaar. I check it generally twice a day, sometimes more, but that's how I've been handling orders. So, like, if you don't hear from me, it's just because I haven't checked it that day or whatever.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think it'll make a big difference once we add the notifications via Signal.
Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah. So yeah, people could see. So now I placed the order, waiting. It's in pending status. Once BarnMiner accepts it, then I should be able to...
I accepted it.
Okay. So let's see. Yep. There it is. Let me take this screen down while I do that. Not that it matters there, but yeah, very cool, very cool. So I'm gonna try to make your first order here.
Sweet.
How have orders been in general? Have you made? I assume you made Monero sales on your own website, right? Since adding it.
Correct. So yeah,
pay server.
I was able to the first when we restarted. I had a lot of help with Jordan, one of the Ungovernable Misfits guys, getting my pay server accepting Monero again. There was an update of BTC Pay that screwed up the Monero. I don't think it was the I'm not sure exactly what component it was, but it crashed on me. And then we got it fixed. Since I got it fixed, I've had a considerable amount, maybe $400 worth in fiat. So maybe one full Monero.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that's not bad.
And what's cool is and it's already gone back to a couple projects too. So.
Oh yeah. We should ham that up a bit. I love that you're doing that, man. So not only are you accepting Monero payments and accepting Bitcoin payments, but you're essentially using your profits and putting it back into worthy projects.
Correct. Yeah. So that's how it started, and that's how it's going to continue. It's not a moneymaker for me. It was more of an educational tool on circular economies, and a way to give back, the way to kind of convert my energy into something something we believe in. So it'll go back into, like I said, it started with my meetup, and then it kind of bounced around different FOSS projects. Like we put into the BitX community. It does a lot of stuff. We put into other wallets. Zeus wallet, Monero Jew we just did, and is that how you pronounce it? that wallet.
Monero. I like that. Monero
Jew.
Jew.
Okay.
Monero Jew. I don't know.
Not JEW.
That could do well too. That could do well or bad. I don't know. That'd be interesting.
And then we just hit up Gabriel. We just did Gabriel with Watchman Privacy. Actually, yesterday I sent it to him, so I got enough payments to the last 2 smokes to be able to get it back. So the answer to your question is it's picked up. I'm surprised. The community likes to spend their Monero, which is great because everybody's telling the Bitcoiners not to hold their Bitcoins, right? Never spend your Bitcoins. that's a problem.
Yeah. Monero, it's the opposite, right? It's like don't hold. Like you use it. Well, it's really use it, right? And with that comes holding too, right?
Use and replace.
Correct.
That's the misinterpretation, right? So use includes holding, right? If you're all Monero, then you're holding Monero, and you're
gonna have to use it, yeah.
And you have to use it. You're living off of it. That's kind of where I am at. So it forces you to use it, which is fantastic. So I went ahead and paid. And so the order has been placed. Confirming payment. I sent. So you got your first XMR Bazaar order, man.
Sweet.
There you go. And I'm very much looking forward to tasting the jerky. I'm sure I'll bring it up here live on stage. Hey guys, if you like jerky or if you've never tried it, I mean, jerky is a great thing to start to include in your daily diet, right? It's a great snack. It's better than snacking on pretty much anything else, right? You get some good protein. You get some good aminos in there. So highly recommend you guys place orders, especially since BarnMiner is then putting his profits back into open source projects, which is really nice, man. That's very nice of you, considering the amount of work you put into this. Then you also donate. So
we try to keep it to once a month, so it's not an incredible undertaking, but it does get on a hectic month. We'll still knock it out.
So what drives you to do this, man? Where does this passion come from? Why are you so willing to dedicate time and energy and emotions towards Bitcoin and Monero and trying to help out these projects?
I think relatively, I've been a member of my meetup since it started, and just try to give back with. I guess it was more of an experiment of, can I do it? How do you do it? And it works, and it just keeps working. And my kids have learned from it. Both of my daughters participate in it, so they're paid in Bitcoin every time we smoke. So they've seen the purchasing power of Bitcoin, go up, because they're stacking it, they're seeing it in their wallet, they're receiving it, they're using it. So it was a big experiment, and it's working out well. I don't have anything negative to say about it other than it's time consuming.
Yeah. No, I'm saying it's just
Yeah.
great that you just like me, right? Like I've been doing Monero talk forever, right? It's not like I'm not making tons of money off of.
No, but you enjoy it, right?
Things.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, it's a great passion of mine. I mean, the kicks I get are seeing transaction count go up in Monero. Seeing this,
Yeah.
I just bought beef jerky peer to peer with Monero from a guy who's producing the beef jerky with Bitcoin that he used to pay for the beef. Like that those are the moments where I get my dopamine hits where I'm like, oh
The same
God,
with me. I enjoy the economies, right? There's the circular economy. You're kind of keeping it together, and you all usually have pretty much the same, you're on the same paths or your same belief systems, and it's just it's rewarding. And it was an educational experience, and I learn more and more each day when I come across issues with trying to set it up, and you meet other people that will help you grow and make things better. So it's just been fun.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not purely for unselfish, right? And this also is what will drive the price of Monero up. As more people use it, it has more utility. It becomes more useful, and then people like me can live off of it even more. Your Monero becomes worth more. You start to value things in Monero. So there are selfish reasons as well, which is why I think crypto has grown as much as it has, right? Because it's bootstrapped. Arguably on greed and perhaps Bitcoin too much. And that's what's led to people now not even wanting to use it, but to only store it and hold it. What do you think about that, right? So you came in this as a Bitcoiner. You obviously believe in the concepts, but you think these things shouldn't just be used as digital gold to store a value. You think they should actually be used for making transactions. Do you think that's a problem that Bitcoin has? Do you think it can just be digital gold, or does it need to actually also be used for it to continue to have real utility?
Yeah, I think that it most certainly needs to be used to have utility, and that's part of the problem right now is the maxi madness type never spend. So it's a peer-to-peer system. You're supposed to be spending it. It's money. So that's something that I think there's a lot of groups that spend, and that's very small. It seems like I think it's growing though. It's more of a pleb community. There's a mesh network of guys that I'm with the Ungovernable Misfits. They're all over the world, and they are doing this. They don't have a big voice. They're not on these giant podcasts. So yes, it's a problem, but I think that it's being worked on, and there's people using it.
We're going to add multi-coin to XMR Bazaar so people can pay in, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Doge, but then everything would be auto, basically
converted over
into Monero. So the seller is always receiving Monero, which isn't just for Monero, because I want to pump the price of Monero, is because I actually think that there's utility in that, right? So that the vendor is always receiving untraceable digital cash, basically KYC free, right? So it becomes a way for people to earn Monero, and it becomes a way for other people to spend whatever cryptos they have and participate in the circular economy.
Yeah, it's cool as I don't think I've ever bought Monero, so I've earned it. So, and I think awesome. It's rewarding to earn, earning Bitcoin and earning Monero is the way to do it. Mine it, earn it, buy it, kind of.
Yeah.
Mentality.
Any thoughts on, what Monero community can be doing better to help continue to grow its circular economy, get more people using it, more people spending it, get more Bitcoiners using it? Like you made that trend. Was there a transition? Was there a time when you were like, I don't want to use Monero?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I went through that.
How do we get more people going down your path, or the path that you went down?
I think the value prop is the being able to use it. It's easy to use. To be honest, I don't fully understand enough about it, but I don't fully understand the fiat world either. But I know that it works, and it works a hell of a lot better than a Lightning payment, which fails a lot. And it's a lot simpler. I think that I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, obviously it's kind of, the million Bitcoin
Yeah.
question. I mean, yeah, I think the answer is the market will drive adoption. If Monero functions as digital cash better than other cryptos, then people will naturally just start using it more. Even these, the Bitcoin maxis will find value in it when they want to actually go spend, right?
I think that meetups are helpful. I'd like to see and get involved with a meetup, or have a Monero group come in to our local meetup to kind of teach people. So, and a lot of our guys do use it, and they do pay me in it. So in our meetup.
What is the meetup called that you run?
It's Bitcoin Bay Foundation. It's out of Tampa Bay. My buddy started it a few years back, and it's been growing ever since.
You do like once a month or something?
They do several. I'm just a member. I'm not involved in setting it up. It's a full-time job for Wesley. It's my friend that set it up and manages it. But they do several meetups a month in Tampa Bay. There's also another group in Pinellas County, St. Petersburg, which is across the bay from us. So there's a lot of.
How many people show up on a?
It could be anywhere from 4 to 50. It depends.
Very cool. Very cool. Depending on who your guests are and whatnot.
Yeah, or what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we could get like a freaking, maybe I could show up one time, or somebody else in the Monero community. Maybe get Cakewallet to show up and freaking do a presentation.
Yeah, that would be sweet. So we're open to that and get you in contact with Wes. We've been talking about having workshops because you just have privacy workshops using Bisq and Samurai and even I think we did a join market one a year or two ago. But anybody teaching tools, that's what they're about. It's educating.
Well, listen, I don't know how far down the Monero rabbit hole you want to go in terms of community. I mean, you're on XMR Bazaar, which is freaking fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to reach out and how to reach and how to work better and connect with people.
Yeah, if you ever want to come to Monerotopia, that's a conference we do every year. We'd love to have you. That'd be fantastic. That's a great way to really get engaged with the Monero community.
Are you going to Porkfest?
That was my next question.
No, I have not put it on my agenda yet.
If you can make it over there, we could give you a little table outside the Monerotopia tent. You could sell your beef jerky. Yeah, I hope you maybe can try to make it and bring your kids. It's a good time, man. You guys would all love it.
That date unfortunately, we're going to be on our vacation. Man, it's in New Hampshire too, huh?
Yeah, it's quite a ride for you. That's a journey, right? I mean, obviously plane, but still, it's still a journey nonetheless. We're
going to be in where are we going? Montana that week. The kids get out of school that week, and we are heading out on our family vacation, Glacier National Park. But otherwise, I would definitely look into it.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
So maybe I can.
Monerotopia Porkfest 2026.
Yes. Yes. We can drag them out there. They would love it. I'm doing a Lake Satoshi event, which I think it's in August. It's Bitcoiners. It's similar type thing. Families, communities kind of getting together. And I've been invited last 3 years or 2 years, and I'm finally making the trek.
Yeah, and if you ever want to come down to Mexico, that's the next Monero
that looks nice.
Conference. That will be in 2026 in February, and it's during most school breaks for I don't know if your kids are in public school.
Yeah.
I don't know, but you come on down during February break, so that's we purposely set it during that time.
My son and I have been lobbying to have an out-of-country family. We usually do national parks, and he's like, I want to go to Central. It's North America still, but he's like, he wants to go somewhere south of our borders.
Awesome. Mexico's beautiful. I love it.
Yep.
I freaking love it.
And so I have to ask, what other inputs do you need besides a smoker and the beef itself? Do you have any other inputs that you require that the Monero community could supply you for Monero?
Good question.
Basically, it's just beef and ingredients. Smoker. I just built a cool kick-ass smoker. I converted this big dual oven, like a large oven, into a smoker. I'm not sure if I have where I have pictures at. Maybe on my Twitter profile. I don't really have any other inputs other than thyme and meat, a slicer, and then a smoker.
What kind of ingredients do you use?
Basically just beef, and then the ingredients for the marinade are in the listings. It's basically organic cane sugar, sea salt, black pepper, cayenne pepper, red peppers, and that's about it. Some soy sauce. So there's a gluten-free soy sauce for the people that have gluten intolerances.
All right, so XMR
Pretty
Bazaar
basic.
community, XMR Bazaar community, start selling ingredients, and maybe I'll do
Yeah.
so as well. Maybe
I could I'll definitely buy your ingredients if you're selling herbs and spices for sure. If you're
Yeah,
making
there
them,
you
like
go,
I
there
got
you
a buddy that does make them. He just doesn't make them to scale where I can get it.
I don't see anybody on XMR Bazaar selling ingredients for Monero. That's actually why I put up the heirloom tomato seeds, because it's like you hear about, like, you need minerals and stuff like that, and I don't see anybody putting anything up on XMR Bazaar that you can plant or grow yourself, really. I did see some parrots, but it's like, okay, a parrot, I mean, can you buy a cow on XMR Bazaar? Because that would be really useful.
That would be sweet. Yeah, man, you can buy those patties. I was eyeballing those patties the other day. Need to throw
Which
some
patties?
back, and they're the beef patties.
Oh, on XMR
Somebody
Bazaar?
had beef in it. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! How was it?
No, I haven't. I'm going to. No,
Okay.
I was cruising the event, the options there.
Fantastic.
But now that I got some Monero back, I can spend it. So sweet.
Yeah, if you could, the guy that you buy beef from, if you could convince him to post on XMR Bazaar, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I'll get with him. I meet with him once every couple of weeks. So
very cool, man. Very cool.
He's open to Bitcoin. He's got to be open to XMR, I'm sure.
Yeah,
he takes he takes fiat. Why wouldn't you take XMR?
So what before we leave you here, I mean, give us your big take. Right, we see a lot of things going on in the broader markets. Big macro crash. We have Trump in office. Movements. Bitcoin has never been more loved by the U.S. government than now. We got Bitcoiners looking to treat things like digital gold. Monero people looking to treat things more like digital cash and to opt out. So where do you see things headed? What's your overall crypto take?
I am a real estate guy by trade, so I think that there's something coming. The cycle is almost over. I think that we're hitting a peak at some point. We're going to have some crashes. I stopped looking at charts a couple years ago. I had some trading view flashbacks when Bawdy was on there. I tend not to follow it as much anymore. I don't even follow price.
Yeah.
I know that within the next year or two, something's going to go down. That's about all I know. I don't know. I'm not good at timing markets. I don't try to anymore. But I can't. I do. The trends and the cycles are there. Everything's always secular.
I can't.
What's that?
I can't sell it for Monero, but I've been looking at the price of my house in Monero, and I've just been watching it deflate. So it's like everybody else is talking about property values inflating and going crazy or whatever, and I'm
but they're not. Yeah,
opposite.
exactly.
My property is actually going down in price.
When you flip the denominator, right, it's costing you less Monero each year, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things we saw in XMR Bazaar. I'm trying to get him up on stage at some point too. Somebody's selling land up here in New York, in upstate New York, in Binghamton. 16 acres, which was very exciting to see. But that's kind of a dream come true. Somebody purchasing land with Monero would love to see that.
It would be sweet if you wanted full on privacy too, to have your LLCs all set up nice and sweet.
Exactly. All right, brother. We will let you get on your day, get back to your fam. We greatly appreciate you taking the time to jump up here. Tell us about your jerky story. It's not too jerky. I really love your story. Guys, yeah, dude, now do our part. Buy some jerky. Let's get the circular economy going.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, for sure. And you're always welcome to jump back on stage with updates, anything you want to say. If you ever want to shill something that's going on with one of your meetups, let people know. Anything else that's where you're trying to grow the circular economy, please don't hesitate to come back on Monerotopia.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm always looking for projects and always looking to learn. So if anybody wants to be involved, if you're in the Bay Area and you do want to connect, hit me up and see if we can get some meetups going.
Best way for people to DM you, I guess, on X or on XMR Bazaar. Obviously, you can find them there.
Yep, you can do XMR Bazaar, or you can do Twitter. Just type in BarnMiner, you'll find me. It's at BTC Twatterpants, but just type in BarnMiner, you'll see me. But either one of those ways are perfect.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it, and I'm very much looking forward to receiving my jerky, and I'll be eating it live here on air, hopefully next week.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
All
it was good to be here. Appreciate your time. Thanks.
There we go. And we'll keep it moving. We'll move on to the news. BarnMiner, you're more than welcome to hang around if you can.
I will, sure.
For the viewers on stage, we could bring you up. You could chat with everybody. I see actually we have Arctic Mine in the backstage as well. So I don't want to make him wait too long. Looks like he wants to come up and chat. We always want to hear from Arctic Mine. I'm sure maybe he has some things to say about the broader market or MoneroCon. So let me go ahead and run the news segment, and then we will have viewers on stage. We'll hear from Arctic and others. So here we go with the news.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
All right. Tony, what's up?
Hey, guys. Good. How are you?
Good, man. Good. Thanks for hanging in there. I know, shows. I thought this was going to be a short one today. We didn't have talks and whatnot, and obviously this is how things go in Monerotopia, right? Especially as it was a big week, though, with price, so it's understandable that it's a big show today. But thanks for hanging around, and take us through the news.
No, it's been such an interesting week that I knew Bawdy segment is going to be long, and then we have a lot of cool stuff to cover in the news section. So, okay, let me share my screen.
And by the way, man, Tony, you might be in a drive, right, from where BarnMiner is potentially, depending on where you are in the world right now.
Where is he located?
I'm in Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
Oh, Tampa. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's like 4 hours away. So, I mean, not too bad. I would love to visit. I've actually never been to Tampa. I've been to Fort Myers and Sarasota, but I've never been to Tampa. So
yep, almost here. Are you in South Florida?
Yeah, I live by Palm Beach.
Okay, I was just over there actually. Dang.
No, really? Yeah.
Like last week, I was there for a mining conference in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, cool! Yeah, it's sunny now. It's beautiful.
It's not. It's 86 degrees today. It was hot yesterday.
Yeah, it's hot. It's beautiful.
Cloudy and
it's
rainy.
Summer already.
Cloudy and rainy in New York. I need that vitamin D. You guys are making me jealous.
I actually like when it's cloudy. It makes me both. It just makes me productive. I don't know. Like I love the sun, but I love it when it's cloudy too. Just because in Florida it's sunny all the time. So when I do see the clouds, I think like it's the opposite of you. Because when you see the sun, and when I go back to Romania, you don't see it during the winter. So when I see the sun, I want to go walk. I want to do stuff outside. I don't want to be inside. But here, when I see some clouds, I want to open up my laptop, code a little bit, do some project, something. Yeah.
That's why New York was such a productive city, right? People were indoors working instead of outdoors playing all day.
That's why Wall Street is not in Miami. They'll all be by the pool.
Exactly. They're trying to move it over there now, but different world. But go ahead, Tony. Take it away, man. Give us the news, and then we'll get Arctic up here.
Yep. Okay. Can you put my screen? Okay, perfect.
Yes. There you go.
Okay, so what are we, guys? A lot of stuff that happened. But the first thing that I want to discuss is that Cardano officially confirms that, well, surprise, Monero is difficult to trace, which is something that we know. So let's go over here. And yeah, so basically they ran an analysis on the infrastructure of North Korea's favorite mixing service, XCH, and ultimately they found how much Bitcoin has been laundered, how much Ethereum, how much Litecoin. So if we go here, let's see. So about $1 billion almost in Bitcoin has been laundered, 276 million in Litecoin, Ethereum, 1 billion. But when it comes to Monero, let's Monero, if I can type, okay. But when it comes to Monero, they said, we believe that we have identified the vast majority of XCH transactions on all chains except Monero and Dash. So, and as we know, Monero is going to get a huge update soon. So it's going to be way more private, way better, and it's very, very exciting. But yeah, they are still unable to fully track Monero transactions. And this whole article is actually interesting because essentially, if I scroll up, so XCH, I guess they're refusing to cooperate. They publicly refuse to cooperate with Bybit following the 1.5 billion hack that we discussed a couple of weeks ago by the North Korea's Lazarus Group, despite them having evidence that the stolen funds were laundered through XCH and that they haven't really done anything about it. And XCH actually published an adversarial demand letter on Bitcoin Talk, directly challenging regulatory bodies such as the IRS, DOJ, SEC, and OFAC, and essentially says, so this is the open demand letter, and they say, this letter serves as a public domain demand letter to all the following entities that follow and read this Bitcoin Talk thread, but not limited to IRS, DOJ, SEC, FBI, a bunch of them. And they basically said, following applicable anti-monopoly market laws, you're commended to use your institutional power to force the following companies to stop discriminating and abuse against XCH, Bybit, Whitebit, and a bunch of different other exchanges. So interesting dynamics happening right there. But essentially, they couldn't find much about Monero. So that's what I wanted to bring out mainly from this. Now, Unstoppable Crypto Wallet, if you have Unstoppable or you wanted a different option, they, if we go on the website, they're going to integrate Monero soon. And this is the website, Be Unstoppable, on-chain assets. So if you're looking for something different, alternative, or maybe you're using it, they're going to be adding Monero soon, which is awesome. Then, talking about wallets, Cakewallet has, which is really cool. They have their first new logo in 8 years, brand new logo, new website. So it's a nice rebrand. Let's go onto the website to check it out. So this is the new logo. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. It's a slice of cake, which is cool. So it's cool logo, website, looks clean, very nice. And I'm just happy to see the updates and how Cakewallet progresses year by year. And it's just a beautiful wallet, just aesthetically pleasing, in my opinion. It just looks very nice. And it's easy to use, has a lot of features, and the team is awesome. I really like the team a lot. So yeah, it's a really nice rebrand from Cakewallet. I like the new logo. And I think Vic also has a new logo on X. Let's see, or I can just go to Cakewallet. So yep, zoom in. That's cool. Okay, moving on, XMRChat. So XMRChat posted on X, we're going to ramp up development again soon. New features and enhancements are coming. Want to help? We need testers. Send us a DM to get access to the dev site and chat room to see what's coming and give feedback. So if you want us to help, reach out to us in a DM and let's get it going. XMRChat is awesome, and I'm very happy that you guys are using it. Then we have Servers Guru, and Monero is the most used payment method on Servers Guru. Servers Guru is a website that offers no KYC, VPS, virtual private servers, and web hostings with Monero. And XMR is at 38.94% of all transactions. Bitcoin is 14.90, USDT 8%. And if we go down, let's see, PayPal 4%, Zcash is 0.16. It's on the bottom of the list. Doge, even Doge is higher than Zcash. Doge 1%. So that's interesting. But Monero takes the lead with 38.94%. And then we're going to go to Coincards. Coincards, again, it's just metrics that I like to see month by month, years by years. We've been showing them on the show for the past couple of years now. And Monero has been on the top all the time. Sometimes I think there it's been Bitcoin first and Monero second, but the numbers for March are XMR 38.81%, so similar numbers from the other website. Bitcoin 36.91%, Lightning Network 2.64%. That's always been low, sort of those numbers. Lowest is Matic 0.10%. Dogecoin is higher at 0.67%. So definitely a lot of people are using Monero. Now, we're approaching Monero's anniversary, 11 years, which is very exciting. And what the community has been doing is something called a MoneroRun, where essentially you get the XMR from exchanges and you put it into your private wallet so you can hold your own keys. So if you want to join, just if you have any Monero in a centralized exchange, take it out, put it in your private wallet, and you've successfully participated in the MoneroRun. And there's a couple notes that, for example, Gate.io has confirmed that it is leaving Monero. So they said we are gradually phasing out services related to XMR. Monero is also missing from their proof of 100% reserves list, which includes over 200 coins. MEXC, they've been having problems with XMR withdrawal. So I would say be careful if you're using MEXC for your Monero. XT.com is also having difficulties with Monero this year. And then Bawdyanarchist and HDX fail this audit every year. They only occasionally have XMR withdrawals open. So again, be careful if you do use centralized exchanges, because you could have your Monero there, and then the next day you're just unable to withdraw it. So I guess if you are going to use them, get your Monero and then just withdraw it immediately and put it in Cakewallet or whatever tool you want to use, but don't keep it in there, because one day you may just not be able to withdraw it. So it's very, very important to withdraw it. Now, moving on, I thought this was very interesting. So somebody posted on the Tor subreddit, "Can Tor hide my IP from the government?" And the person said, so here's the deal. My country just put out a new law. Basically, this law states that from now on, our IP addresses will be connected to our taxpayer identification number. So anyone that visits pirate sites and watches or downloads movies, games, etc., from there will be punished with a penalty fee. So you see, I'm way too poor to pay for subscriptions and shit like that. With that in mind, I'm looking for a way to hide my IP from the government. And the government, if you're thinking which government it is, it's Greece. So, so I guess be careful if you're in Greece. But it's crazy that now they connect your IP address to your taxpayer identification number and just automatically subtract a penalty fee from your bank account. Which with Monero they can't do that. I know one time I was in Maryland, and there was this guy from Finland, or I forget what European country, and he downloaded a game. He pirated a game, and the next thing he knows is that his internet provider sent him a letter basically saying that if you don't stop doing this, we're gonna shut down your internet. So that was funny. Because I'm from Eastern Europe, so we just pirate movies, games, like we don't really care. So that was kind of interesting to see when I came to the US. But if you're gonna go to Greece, if you live in Greece, then then be careful. And if you are gonna do it, then try to hide your IP address. Or now let's see. Let's go over. Let's talk about Bitcoin. So we've been talking about this problem for a while, but let me go over what Eli Nagar said on X. So he said, we need to talk not about price, not about hype, about the future. Most Bitcoin doesn't move on Bitcoin anymore. It trades on paper, in ETFs, in proxy stocks, on platforms that never touch the chain. The financialization is accelerating. Wall Street loves it. No keys, no coins, just exposure, essentially. But there's a problem. Miners secure Bitcoin. As we know, they get paid through the block subsidy. Every 4 years, the subsidy gets cut in half. But eventually, the only thing left will be the fees, right? So eventually, the final Bitcoin is going to be mined, and you only have the fees left, and fees come from usage, but people don't use it, and they actually just own it through ETFs and stuff like that. So people So from people actually settling on chain, from mempools that aren't empty, if the world keeps using Bitcoin for layers that never pay miners, what happens when the subsidy runs dry? Miners starve, hash rate drops, security cracks, censorship creeps in. This isn't FUD, this is the bill coming due. So if you believe in Bitcoin, really believe, don't just hold it, use it. Settle on chain, pay the fee, run the node, support the thing that you love. Bitcoin can be secured by paper and it won't survive on faith alone. The revolution won't happen on Wall Street, it happens here. So don't let your Bitcoin get financialized to death, which is stuff that we've been talking about and that we talk about in the Monero community. And besides the issue of fungibility and the fact that Bitcoin is not private, and that's why a lot of people have turned to Monero, Monero has solved other issues as well. We don't have a cap. We don't have a 21 million cap. And Bitcoin does. And one day, the last one is going to be mined. And what's going to happen if nobody's using it? It's going to be a disaster. Now, fair enough. Allegedly, I guess that last Bitcoin, last Satoshi is going to be mined in 100 years from now, or whatever the number is. But still, it's a big issue. So I don't know how Michael Saylor sleeps at night with having so much Bitcoin. But yeah, this is a huge problem and something that we have solved in Monero. So in Monero, it's much more than privacy. It's about telemission, and it's just beautifully constructed. And Arctic Mine, I guess, is going to hop on. So he's going to talk about all these things. Now, okay. Actually, yeah, let's just play this now. So Jack Dorsey, he said, Bitcoin fails by being irrelevant. It becomes irrelevant if it's only a store of value and not used for everyday payments. Let's watch this 48-second video.
So let's fast forward to the future, and Bitcoin has failed. How did it fail?
I think it fails through irrelevance. Like it fails to be relevant to people on a daily basis. If it just ends up being store value and nothing more, I don't think it gains relevance at all. I think it has to be payments for it to be relevant on the everyday. Otherwise, it's just something you kind of buy and forget and only use in emergency situations or when you want to get liquid again. So I think if it doesn't transition to payments and find that everyday use case, it's increasingly irrelevant, and that's fair to me.
So let's.
I share the views of Jack Dorsey on that, because I would like to have a currency that is not only the revolution, but I can also spend it, not just hold it like a rare Pokemon card, and I can never really spend it, or I can, but it's not really being used. So yeah, this is a big problem. I mean, it's just something that you hold and hope that it goes up over time by more people buying. So it kind of sounds like a pyramid scheme in a way. Now, over gold, you can just store it online. So you don't have to have a safe. You don't have to deal with all those stuff. What if you move countries? You have to move your gold or all this stuff. It's all on your phone or all on your device. Passport, wallet, whatever you might have. So that's an advantage Bitcoin has, as we know, over gold. But okay, cool. But we also need to spend it. I also want to not only hold it, but I also want to spend it as a currency. Maybe buy some jerky. Maybe go on XMR Bazaar and actually spend it. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of currency. But yeah, I like what Jack Dorsey said here. Then. Let's go to this one. Let's go to Scott Besant admitting that Bitcoin is a store of value, which it pretty much just is the thing which you just put your money and forget about it, like Jack Dorsey said. So let's watch this video. It's 1 minute.
So it was unclear whether we were going to exempt gold from tariffs, which I believe we have. So there was a big move out of vaults in Switzerland, out of vaults in London to get it into New York. And look, that there are a lot of different stores of value over time. Bitcoin's becoming a store of value. Gold has historically been a store of value. I think what's interesting is, where do we see the gold demand coming from? A huge amount is from China.
Yes.
Where they, as I said, they're in the middle of an economic recession/depression. People don't trust the Chinese currency because they have capital controls. There are 1.4 billion Chinese who all want to get their money out, and they won't let them. They will let them buy gold. So, like, it would.
Yeah. So, Bitcoin is a store of value. How good of a store of value it is, we'll see. I guess in years, decades, but yeah, we'll see. Let's see. Let's go to. Oh yeah, let's talk about this. So, Ricardo Spagni, Fluffy Pony, he posted on X, KYC is on its way out. With the next 24 months, likely much sooner, there will be a fully unhinged open source model with no safeguards, able to create fake KYC with consistent details and images. And we talked about this on a show, actually, I think a year or two ago, where you will be able to bypass KYC by creating fake documents, fake images and stuff like that. So here's a small experiment from Ricardo. That's a selfie. This is a passport of this person. That's that's a selfie and him holding that manufactured passport, that person, and then a build statement. So essentially, they're gonna have to do something about it, because people will just use fake KYC to be able to go through the system. And now we need to think about mandatory biometrics, digital IDs, even chips down the line. It's not wild conspiracy, but I think that's what they're going to have to do, because I don't reckon that they're going to just abolish the KYC system. So anything that is identifiable, any biometrics, I think they're going to use it. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, the technology is getting more and more powerful. You can just go and fake a document in seconds. It's crazy. And yeah, I think we talked about it a year or two ago, and now you can do it. You can just go to 4.0 ChatGPT and generate it. So yeah. Let's see. This article is funny. So it says, it's back to Bitcoin for Darknet markets after Monero's Binance delisting chain analysis. Privacy tokens have been suffocated as governments around the world fight Darknet markets, so it's back to Bitcoin for purchasers of illicit goods. Is it? I'm not sure if I read the article. I'm not sure of the validity of it. I'm not sure if they actually registered more Bitcoin transactions.
Is that an April Fool's joke by chance?
Is it? No, March 31st. 7:45 a.m. So it's not even. No, it's not April Fool's. It kind of sounds like it, right? But yeah, so I guess Darknet markets are returning to Bitcoin as a primary cryptocurrency after privacy-focused coin Monero was delisted from major exchanges, including Binance. Only some 0.14% of all crypto transactions, or about 50 billion, involve illicit activity, which we showed a couple shows ago, that from all the transactions in the world, not just crypto, but just money, dollars, euro, whatever, the illicit transactions in crypto are very, very small compared to just cash, like just USD, euro. So, they're using these to push KYC, AML, and all the regulations on you, and to spy on you a bit more, essentially. But law enforcement agencies prioritize darknet markets based on their scale and involvement in the fentanyl trade with the presence of the drug. But now, obviously I don't want criminal activity, but if you were to be a criminal and you conduct your criminal activity, I guess you would do your research a little bit and just think, okay, Bitcoin is traceable, I can get caught for this, but I can use Monero. Okay, it's delisted from these places, so what can I do? Can I swap it? Can I, they'll find a way. I don't think they just turn back to Bitcoin and now everybody's, or bigger majority is now returning to Bitcoin for the darknet markets. I'm not sure if that's actually valid. So I'm looking for more articles in the future to see if we can get some stats on that, to see if there's more transactions in Bitcoin than Monero. But yeah, if this was written on April Fool's Day, then that would have been even funnier. But yeah. And let's see. I guess that's it. Let me check 1 second. Yeah, I guess that's it, guys. So that was it for this week's.
That's one of those things I'd have to see it to believe it. I'll have to see more evidence before I'll believe that darknet markets are using Bitcoin more often than Monero now. Like, I'm not going to believe that until I see more evidence.
Yeah, I don't believe it, especially since I don't believe it either. Like, just it's being made a bit more difficult for them, but I guess they're smart enough to figure out a different way of using Monero and not just go back to full-on transparency.
Maybe that's why ReToSwap had its biggest month in March so far. Like, it had its biggest month by like a bunch.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Zeno. I don't know if you guys know Zeno from X, XENU.
Yes.
He runs a podcast. I'm interviewing him, I think, this week. He follows the dark markets pretty closely. It seems like he has good insights there. He's saying it's complete bullshit, that Monero is very much still the king of the dark markets. So I'll talk to him about that this week. But anybody could go on tour, and you can check things out. It's not illegal to look and see things. You don't even have to go on the markets itself, but you can see on Dread which are the popular markets, and of those, which ones are Monero based. I personally haven't checked in a while recently, but maybe I will give it a check after this show. I'm curious myself, but last I checked, the big ones were some of them Monero only, and pretty much any of them were at least accepting Monero in addition to Bitcoin. So would be very surprised, and wouldn't really make sense for things to regress and people to go back to Bitcoin when the cat's out of the bag in terms of people realizing how traceable Bitcoin is. Would it make sense for things to start to move in that direction? Wouldn't make sense at all, right? Like,
it doesn't make sense.
Like, people now know now more than ever that Bitcoin is completely traceable, right? So you could say liquidity problems. People are relying, they need the liquidity of Bitcoin, but Monero is stable at $200, $150. Has a big enough market cap to, withstand pretty much any purchase that would take place on a.
Let's be honest here. The liquidity problem, is not going to be a serious problem for your typical drug transaction. You're not going to run into liquidity issues getting
exactly right.
one Monero to buy some heroin or whatever.
Right, $1 billion, unless we're talking about large, and I guess, on those dark markets, some of them are just supplying, right? So they're could be buying millions of dollars worth of, of certain products. So in that instance, I guess, but even then, liquidity's there, right? Unless we're talking billions, but then you got to get in and out of the Monero, right? So people have the Monero, and then they have to bring it back into dollars sometimes, in most instances, right? I would think, and that's where perhaps they're running into issues because of the on ramps, off ramps for Monero into fiat, into dollars. But like Shortway said, we have things like Cavino, and those things are growing rapidly. And soon we'll have things like Sarai Dex as well, which should help out.
Another thing about this article is that they didn't state any statistics, particularly about how Bitcoin transactions went up or whatever. They just made a claim. and then they just
And remember, drug dealers need beef jerky too. So they're probably getting on XMR Bazaar and buying the beef jerky from BarnMiner.
That would be the logical thing, right? I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, I think it's a hit piece, man. Honestly, that piece is just there's no data on it. It's just a claim. Silly. I can't imagine that. It just sounds backwards.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Tony. Thank you as always. Fantastic job. Greatly appreciate your participation, and we will keep it moving on our end. Tony, stick around if you can. I'm going to go ahead and run the viewers on stage segment, and we'll bring up Arctic. I don't think we have anybody else in the backstage right now, but if anybody else does want to jump up.
Really? Alaska's not? Oh, wait. I think Alaska said he wouldn't be here this week.
No Alaska? Okay.
I mean, I'm not certain, but I thought that's what I heard.
Okay, well, we got a good crew here. So let me go ahead and do viewers on stage, and we'll bring Arctic up. Here we go.
Right.
Here we
Thank you, guys.
go. Yeah, thank you, Tony. Stick around if you like, if you can, if you have time. Otherwise, see you next week.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony. Here we go.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right, guys. Come on down. I'm putting the StreamYard link in the chat.
We've got 1 hour and 3 minutes for viewers on stage.
Yeah. Let's not go too crazy today. Putting the link in the StreamYard link in the chat. If anybody else wants to jump up, if we want to get some new faces up here. But in the meantime, we have an OG that's around. Arctic Mine is around to participate today. Arctic, we always love having you on. Something must be on your mind. What's going on, man?
Quite a bit on my mind. Is the audio good?
At least on my end, you're a bit loud.
Okay, because I'm traveling, so I'm not using my regular setup. So I should just turn it a bit down?
Yeah, like if you can turn the mic down just a touch, at least on my end. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so just make sure. Okay, so I'm high, so I should turn the input volume down. How's that?
That's
yeah, that's good. That's good.
That works? That works good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, well, I do have a few things on my mind listening to today's episode. It really comes down to a couple of things. I mean, the first one is we have to get back to basics with Monero and put privacy aside completely on this issue and look at the security deficit in Bitcoin. The falling block rewards will not be replaced by transaction fees, no matter what people tell you. It doesn't work with a small block model. It doesn't work with a large block model. And that's the fundamental problem with Bitcoin by design. The minute that you fail to have a transactional currency, you do not have a value proposition, so therefore it is not a store of value. So this whole thing is built on thin air. And what I'm essentially saying here is you can be a Monero maximalist and have nothing to hide and not care about privacy. That's the reality. Because so all of this is just a very, very interesting from very different people. I have all the same comments. And it comes down to this issue of the Bitcoin security model. The $21 million limit is simply untenable. It'll happen long before the last Bitcoin is mined. It's probably going to happen within, I would say, a decade or so. People are starting to be aware of this. And that reality, sorry.
Now, Arctic, you've always sounded this alarm, but why now? Is it being discussed more? Are you seeing talk about this?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. The first reason is that in bear markets, and I'm going to quote actually Donald Trump on this one, because it's one of the few times he hits it right on the head. And this is a good example. A post on his true social media platform, only the weak will fail. This is actually posted, I think, within the last 24 hours, referring to the stock market crash. And he's actually quite right about this. Because what bear markets do is they get rid of weakness, excess, failure, etc. in the market. That's the role of a bear market.
This is why I enjoy bear markets more than bull markets.
And I've been studying. I mean, secondly, when I heard Bawdy's comment, this is a major crash. Sure, but it's not a major crash in the stock market. It's not just going to be 33%. You could go down 60 or 70%. In the dot-com crash, the Nasdaq went down over 70%. Of course, the 1929 crash was 89% in the Dow. In the 2008-2009 crash, that was about 54%. So once you start talking about a real bear market, not just the 30% it's a legitimate bear market, don't get me wrong. But if this is deeper than that, and a lot of what I'm seeing is that it's likely going to be a lot more cyclical, bigger than that, it could be a 60% bear market. For example, that's not that much higher than what happened in 2008, 2009. The weakness was there in the market, and basically the trigger was this tariff thing. And that puts out the weak. So the next question you get into is, if you look at proof of work cryptocurrencies, there's only one that works, and that's Monero. Yes, Dogecoin has a tail emission, but it's actually Keynesian at this point because of the rate of the tail emission. And pretty well everything else has these falling block rewards, so it has this fundamental problem. So they haven't solved the problem. I mean, when I was in Acapulco, and the folks in Pirate Chain approached me about doing adaptive block sizes, I said, do you have a falling block reward? Yes. Can you put a tail emission? They weren't really that excited. Well, I said, well, I can't help you. Because it doesn't work without a fixed tail emission minimum. And Monero is really optimal for that. The whole privacy structure of Monero is built on this. And if you take out the tail emission, the whole thing collapses. It exposes that weakness. Privacy actually exposes that weakness in Bitcoin. And then the other thing you get is that without a currency use of the cryptocurrency, there is no value in it. The value is on this removing friction in the marketplace. That's what gives it value. And this is another basic element of economics. I don't care whether you're Austrian or Keynesian. You have to realize that money serves the purpose of removing friction in the marketplace. And we could call friction spyware. We could call friction lack of privacy or lack of fungibility. We can call friction all sorts of things, high fees. But the point is that what you're doing is you're removing friction out of the marketplace. And you're going to do a better job than the competition. Well, there's no way that at 6.5 transactions a second, Bitcoin with its fixed block size is going to come close to the 6,500 transactions a second that Visa has. And then if you talk to the large blockers, and I read actually Roger Bear's Hijacking Bitcoin, and he says 1 cent a transaction. I had a lot of the basic guys in RBTC on this, a lot of the big blockers, Bitcoin Cash guys. And I said, look, if you actually get those numbers to any decent, the raise in adoption was going to push the value to such a point that you still have a minuscule security budget. Because if you increase the adoption of, say, Monero by a factor of 20,000, the price is going to go at least by a factor of 20,000. That's just the equation of exchange. So you're not going to scale your way at 1 cent a transaction, as Roger Bear saying, hijacking Bitcoin. That's just not going to happen. So what I see right now is everything coming to head. So the question in my mind is this. Okay, I was looking at Bawdy's commentary, and he had some really interesting yellow lines below that 40,000, somewhere around 2,000, I think, from looking at his chart. That's the interesting numbers that I find interesting here, because I think we could go significantly below 40,000 in Bitcoin. Fundamentally, if at some point in time, the fundamentals will kick in. And when those fundamentals kick in, Monero has to flip Bitcoin.
That's wild.
I mean, that's the fundamental. So the question is, at what price? And and history can tell us something. AOL in 1999 was totally untenable. Massive. What do you have? You got a bundle, dial-up internet that doesn't work with movies. The whole thing was AOL time there was a horrendous failure. Anybody could see this.
It was a matter of time.
It was only a matter of time. It had a larger market cap than Amazon, some obscure big bookstore in the internet. It was during the bear market that Amazon flipped AOL. So if we have a strong, brutal bear market, that's the logical place that one can think Monero could flip Bitcoin. And the question is, at what price? And that's a really interesting point. So something has to happen. Yeah.
I'd be curious what your timeline is for we've got the security budget problem in Bitcoin. We know it's coming. I think we talked about it a bit before, but could you just remind me what's your timeline on where you expect that to start having real effects, tangible effects on Bitcoin as a network that are more obvious than the subtle ones we're seeing right now?
Well, I mean, basically right now, what we're trying to do is anticipate the future. Right now, Bitcoin has got the same security level as Monero, because essentially the tail emission is equivalent to 3.125, roughly equivalent to 3.125 Bitcoins per 10-minute block. And the same through Bitcoin Cash. So what we have to say is now you have a security budget with a half-life of 4 years, but it's not like Monero where it's gradual. It sort of drops in increments, but it's the same principle. So at some point that thing is going to trigger. It could actually happen at a significantly. It could be 2 halvings, 5 halvings, but you have to look at this problem. Like if you do, for example, 5 halvings, you've cut the security budget by a factor of 2 to the power of 5. Well, that's a factor of 32. You go to say about 10 halvings, it's 1024. So you're going to see a point when Monero becomes the most secure chain, even if you were to keep the difference in price that we have today. That's totally predictable. So we're left with a very, it's sort of a ticking time bomb. The question is, how much will the market anticipate that?
One thing I'm looking at, so the standard deviation clusters were the orange bands that you mentioned a second ago. So the orange bands that we formed from this bear market in Bitcoin that kind of bottomed just before 2023, hypothetically, those clusters are going to sort of unwind. They're going to sort of disappear into the ether, if you will, in terms of like the clustering of standard deviations. They're going to disappear in about, let's just say, about 7 years from now, like maybe maximum 7 years, which would put so they wouldn't be relevant to the chart in a TA sense until about 2032. So all I'm trying to do is make a very speculative, tenuous comparison, to your sort of timeline on when Bitcoin maybe really has major problems, starts showing some major problems with the block reward in relation to.
Can I ask you a question? At what point are those lines today? What number?
Right now, the top of that band structure is 25,000, and then the bottom of it is 22,000. That's like where the clustering of standard deviations is occurring, lower standard deviations.
Okay. Do you have anything below that?
Yeah, we technically still have the current clustering from the 2019 bottom, or the 2018 bottom. That sits at 8,000. That'll disappear. That'll completely disappear as like a relevant chart structure in like maybe 3 to 4 more years.
Okay. Well, anything below that?
I believe there must be. Let me check here. Actually, there's the tiniest bit of spattering. It's barely noticeable. There's the tiniest bit of spattering at about $1,000.
Okay, that's more interesting. So this is where I'm getting at, because if we are talking about, between say 1,000 and 8,000, It is within the realm of possibility in a strong enough bear market that it could do that. Because here's the other thing to bear in mind. If you look at the bear markets, the really big ones, well, you've got, of course, the crash in 1929. That was 89% in the Dow. And then you've got the dot-com crash in the 70s in the NASDAQ. And even the 2009 crash, that was about 54%. So when you put the stock market in those numbers, it's not that unreasonable to put Bitcoin in an over 90% bear market. It's done it before, back in 2011. Sorry?
If Bitcoin dropped 85% today, that would put it at 12,600.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. So 12,600, correct. And what about 95%? Now we're in more interesting area.
95% would be 4,200.
4,200. Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, 4,200.
Yeah, so this is within the realm of possibility. And if we talk not a bear market of 30% or 33%, but a bear market of 60% in stocks or 65%, that's not unreasonable for a risk asset like Bitcoin. I mean, even Amazon dropped in the 90s in the NASDAQ crash around the turn of the century. So this is what I'm getting at, that it's not unreasonable to see it that drastic. So that's why I was really interested in this, in what you had there at the bottom in the chart. So, but the fundamentals are so bad. Or the other option is that Monero will really boom and somehow would take. I mean, well, Monero, is it going to do it? Is it going to flip it at $1,000? Is it going to flip it at $20,000? Or is it a really extreme bass if it's even going to flip it below where Monero's trading right now?
So Arctic, I mean, in this scenario where Monero is flipping Bitcoin essentially in the bear, right? And Bitcoin is essentially. So are you saying Bitcoin is essentially failing at that point, or does it continues to exist, but it functions as what?
The market wakes up to the reality of what's going on. Because basically right now it's living in a reality that is not real.
Mm-hmm.
People are you have the U.S. government saying we're going to hold Bitcoin for 40 years. That's an enormous bill, 20 to 40.
Right, because this is kind of what I'm getting at, right? Because you have basically governments basically now calling it digital gold, so things will start to form around that. Yes, the security budget may not be working out on a technical level, but does that ultimately matter if governments are fully embracing Bitcoin, and then they would be the ones that would start to subsidize the mining and the security of it, and they sit there and they hold it and they keep it in their vault as digital gold, and they all agree that this is digital gold.
But the thing is, why are you going to do that? Why don't you just create a new fiat currency? Why? What's the point? If you can't use it as currency, if you can't use it, if it's not a decentralized peer-to-peer cash, which is the myth that has been sold, which is clearly not the case. It can be used in small scales in that manner. But you sell enough beef jerky and you will crash the network. I mean, that's the reality. This is the reality that I came in conclusion over 10 years ago, actually, when that Bitcoin was basically failing in this design. Because essentially you can't scale.
Well, what would the failure look like? Like, what would start to happen, right? So, like, we approached the failure scenario, so now miners aren't being properly incentivized.
Not even that.
What does failure start to look like? Walk us through, crash. Like, what would happen?
I would just see that the market starts crashing. You see a deleveraging initially.
No, but from the perspective of the protocol, what does it start? Like, what does failure start to look like? When people start to realize that the security budget doesn't match.
Question is, how far in the future is the market going to look? If you wait for a security market to fail, I would say you're probably looking at a decade, at least, or more. You want to be about a factor of 10 below Monero. That's where Bitcoin started to fail. But this is what I'm getting at. But the problem is what does the market anticipate? Markets anticipate the future. If the market gets bearish enough, it's going to look at the future. And that's going to accelerate the failure because now you have a crashing price, and for example, into the next halving. So minus for example, they move out of Bitcoin mining into other forms of computing, such as AI, which they're doing right now. You see people questioning the whole thing. I mean, all of a sudden you start deleveraging something like MicroStrategy now called Strategy, which, by the way, is being structured in such a way that it'll probably take a $40,000 Bitcoin price, but it may not survive at 8 or 10,000. So you see a bear market, which has happened before in Bitcoin, accelerating the awareness of this issue.
I would also
like
to point out. Go ahead.
I have a question regarding, so we've seen Bitcoin kind of almost adopted by the US government. And one of the things that we see the government does in tandem with very large corporations is they subsidize industries that they want with printed money. And we're seeing it in Bitcoin mining, where they take out massive loans to create these big mining facilities in the United States and elsewhere. How much do you think that government subsidization of Bitcoin mining can overcome or delay this inherent problem?
It could. Yeah. I mean, if the government is willing to take a hit to maintain it by subsidizing the miners,
direction. Yeah, that seems to be the direction.
But how sustainable is that? That's the question. It's only what happens if the government changes and all of a sudden the Democrats get in and they just pull the plug on all the miners.
Well, it ties into surveillance, the surveillance state agenda, right? Technocracy, and that seems to be the side that's winning, whether it's Democrats or Republicans in office. And so now you have everybody using this digital gold that's effectively controlled by the state, perfectly surveilled,
but
and
people
maintained to exist.
Using it. People aren't using it. They're just using a bank account. They're not using anything different. Yeah, I mean, so this is my point. What is it actually doing? You're not surveilling anybody because nobody's...
What is it doing? It's keeping mind share out of Monero, keeping people from actually
using
it.
But this is what I'm saying. I mean, the true cypherpunk currency will become Monero, and this thing will just become irrelevant because it doesn't solve a problem for the state.
The halving reward problem will start to occur in 2028 because right now it's 3.125 Bitcoin per 10-minute block, and there's currently 3 Monero every 10 minutes.
That's one
based
of the
on
things.
It goes below. It goes below.
It'll be 1.5625 in 2028 already.
So the awareness starts to become.
There was like a great big pump, like the price was pumping during the last halving, like in a general sense. The thing is the security budget was being offset by the ever inflating price of Bitcoin, but there's like. It's like a problem magnifier. So we know that the security budget is already an issue, but the thing is the price had been mitigating a huge chunk of that up until now when it comes to the halving situation. But then there's another extra weird situation when it comes to mining Bitcoin that you don't have this problem with Monero, which may not be a problem for the miners, but it's going to be a problem for the price. So here's what I mean by that. Every output that comes out of these mining equations is effectively a virgin Bitcoin. And so we've already seen how some Bitcoin is worth more than others. And, just the never-ending deluge of maxi talk, you already know that a lot of those people would pay more for like an original Satoshi coin versus paying for like something that came out of a crack deal or whatever. So you're going to end up with Gresham's law for the supply of Bitcoin, and then you're going to want coins that are laundered by a government before you buy them. So now the government is in this like money laundering business where if the last thing to touch it was a government or like a major corporation or whatever, that output becomes more valuable. And now you're going to have like entire appraisal issues that go along with having a Bitcoin on chain. And so that pushes people further away from the the actual chain and into these lightning networks and so on. And so now people who are using the networks are going to have to find a way to subsidize the continued mining of Bitcoin, and the changing of hands from one network to another is going to create a whole nother layer of complexities. And it's going to effectively make Bitcoin unusable, because
it already is.
How do you approve? How do you validate that your Bitcoin is worth what Bitcoin is supposedly worth? And then you are basically guaranteed to get a higher price for your freshly minted Bitcoin, which are going to grow ever increasingly short in supply. And then by virtue of you having that output, if you didn't mine it yourself, so if you buy like a virgin Bitcoin, it immediately becomes a non-virgin Bitcoin. Just like when you drive a car off of the lot, all of a sudden it's not a new car anymore. And this is going to be like a head-spinning level of complexity to somebody who's new to this market. They're like, I don't think people realize how much more complicated this is about to become to use a non-fungible coin, because you're going to end up with like insurance on crypto and stuff.
It's not going to happen. Yeah. You know, what I see is this lack of fungibility is basically what it's going to do. It's just going to make it untenable. But it's going to
It's a death sentence. And everybody who doesn't see the fact that it's a death sentence, they're delusional. Like, it's unusable in the future.
But here's the issue. Once enough people figure out that it's a death sentence and that it's delusional, then instead of having the bulls controlling the trend, the bears will control the trend. And that's why you can get a massive accelerated crash.
And just to Arctic's point, I was on Cointelegraph just this week. Just this past week, I saw an opinion piece talking about this very issue, that in the future, Bitcoin's security budget is going to be failing because of the block halvings. So it is starting to be recognized.
Now, what could be a trigger? And this could be a lot of things, but one trigger could be there are a couple of potential triggers. And one of them is, number one, relaxation of rules in the United States, which is happening right now, which could open the door to Monero getting back on centralized exchanges at scale. That could open the door, because that exposes the whole issue that this coin doesn't have this problem of the falling block rule. Because everything that most traders see, they see Bitcoin, but they also see Litecoin with the same issues of the falling block rules, and they see Bitcoin Cash with the same issues of the falling block rules, and so on. And Monero is the only one that doesn't. Dogecoin is not seen as true Austrian because the rate is actually higher than the rate of gold. This is the other subtlety that a lot of people have to get over, is that, yeah, wait a minute, we need this to stop inflation. No, you don't. You just have to beat gold, which is the whole reason why the tail emission was set up at 1%, below 1%. Is because historically that's been the growth in the gold money supply. That's different from saying inflation. So you have the subtlety that you just over the Austrian threshold of money hardness with Monero, but you're not with Dogecoin. So that's the other story. Quite apart from the fact that Dogecoin is getting a terrible rap just because of this Doge thing that Musk created, and also it was created as a joke. So the awareness of the issue becomes more and more knowledgeable. And what I would also agree, I think this is to Alaska's point, is that the halving drop in hash power has been offset by increase in price. So you haven't seen crash in hash power. But if you have a halving in a bear market, that's not going to happen. It's just going to magnify the problem. And the impact on the miners is going to be really, really high. So we have a bear market halving, or we have enough of a drop in the price that is significantly below, you're going to see a decrease in the security budget that is going to be measurable in terms of stay constant value USD.
You know, one thing I think I'm listening to you guys talk here, I think I'm going to do an analysis that looks at the price adjusted and the regression analysis boundaries in relation to the block reward problem. So like, historically speaking, you know, we can use the regression analysis to define what's the upper boundary expectation of Bitcoin price and what's the lower boundary. And what we can do is look at those hypothetical prices into the future in relation to the block reward problem, and maybe start setting some boundaries on where we could like really try and pinpoint where this reversal, this pivot point might happen.
Absolutely, because here one of the things that we have is the security budget issue, and then the more government gets involved in it, the more scrutiny that's going to attract on the security budget of Bitcoin. And the more people are going to ask the tough questions, what exactly does Bitcoin do? Because it's not peer-to-peer decentralized cash. I prefer to call it as an insolvent banks masqueraded as cypherpunks, because that's effectively what it is. It's technically not a Ponzi. It's more a sell to the greater fool, and the greater fool beyond concern.
I would also like to pivot on that whole point too, which is, you know, like, especially people, let's say like myself or Bawdy, we can get like really mathy about this kind of stuff real fast, right? But what we're actually analyzing is the psychology of the players of the market, which are just people, right? And the thing about the psychology of Bitcoin right now is there's this like deeply entrenched concept of the idea that it's like the OG of crypto. It's like the original, which the thing is crypto goes so far back before Bitcoin. It's ridiculous. In fact, there's nothing about Bitcoin that's actually original. It's just a lot of different ideas in one place. You know, I mean, the guy who invented it, I'd say 80% of the Bitcoin protocol is David Chalmers. Yeah. But I mean, like, almost nothing about Bitcoin is actually original. It's all just like this, a lot of ideas coming into one tech and then implementing it. So now that said, that makes it pretty original. But with like the publishing of the hijacking Bitcoin, like there's a pretty solid argument to the idea that Bitcoin Cash is more the OG Bitcoin than Bitcoin is. It just depending on how you want to look at it. And then there's also this concept in the Monero community of it's like, well, the thing is we actually kept the philosophy in this community. And so what's more original Bitcoin than the whole cypherpunk ideology that has effectively completely moved over to Monero? Where else are you going to find private digital cash like you do in Monero? Well, if you continue down this line of thinking, this idea that, you know, Bitcoin was meant to be implemented this way. Well, one of the things that the guardians of maximalism in Bitcoin always say is, well, you know, the technology is stable and it's ossified and it's been working this way forever and it's never failed. Well, the security budget is the death sentence to the last argument that they have. Because either they change the mining algorithm, they change the supply cap, they've got to change something at the core level, or they have to start implementing all of these other things that you find in cryptos that way predate those changes. So no matter how you look at it, no matter how they try to like address this problem, what is left in Bitcoin that makes it the original crypto? Nothing. You see what I mean? Like, so all of this.
The
mind share dies. You know, like the whole cycle, the psychology of the OG crypto is dead at that point. And anybody who, I mean, let's be real. There are some dumb investors out there, people who just like follow some YouTuber guy or whatever. But most investors of any serious means, they're pretty smart people and they know how to do their due diligence. And a claim like the idea of, oh, it's the original and it goes back here and this is how it works and so on, they're only going to have to scratch the surface to realize that none of it is true anymore. And so like that's an incentive to short. And so you take the shorting plus you take the security budget problem and you have this never-ending feedback loop of price destruction. And that and honestly, at that point, you don't even need a bear market for the flipping that you're talking about. It would just be a bear market in Bitcoin. It doesn't even have to be a bear market in crypto or tech or risk on or anything like that. It's it creates its own bear market for that particular asset, because you have all of these people who are smart investors with this huge incentive to short your crypto.
But here's the thing. The trigger can be a bear market in stocks or in risk, because that creates the awareness. But one of the things to understand that I find interesting about this is when you look at the typical Wall Street player in Bitcoin, they've been, 4, 5 years, 6 years at tops. They haven't seen the history. They don't understand the concept. You see this asset going up, 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 up. It's got a security model, and they're trusting the tech guys, basically. So, I mean, Michael Saylor is a perfect example. I think he came in somewhere around 2019 to start buying Bitcoin. And suddenly, the security model is his fee thing. But have they really spent the time and done that due diligence? And that's that the fundamental design is flawed. And once they get that propagates through Wall Street, that money is going to flip from long to short. So it's not. So you're going to see these investors and these corporate investors, these Wall Street investors who are not really that on top of the technology, realize that they have a serious problem. And that's why I could see a very drastic move in the price of Bitcoin. We saw it we saw it. I saw a perfectly decent company, Register.com, went down 95% at the turn of the century. One of the .com stocks, and it was not a dying company. Even Amazon went down, I think, in the 80s to 90% before it flipped. So for
we
Bitcoin,
also have people like Luke Parker, and other people saying like, okay, well, this is the next wave of technology that we have to be prepared to address, things like quantum computing and so on. You have these people saying like, over the horizon, there are these other risks at the fundamental levels of the technology that need to be addressed. And here's a plan, and I can't say that I follow Bitcoin as much as I used to, but the reality is where is the chatter about hardening the technology for the inevitable? Well, I mean, maybe inevitability is too strong of a word, but like just this idea of hardening the technology for what's coming down the pike as far as where all of this stuff is going. Like that could also be a ridiculously huge red flag when all of a sudden people start coming out and like, okay, these old methods of cryptography are not as effective anymore. Or another thing is like, yeah, you can use a block explorer and you can start doing some forensics to figure out what somebody's wallet is. But the thing is how far do large language models have to get before it's just like, they can give you a pretty reasonable degree of certainty based on somebody's social media profile, which wallet
right now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the issue of blockchain surveillance. Yeah, the issue of blockchain surveillance is very different because that is also another failed technology with growth. And if you look at Chainalysis comments, they make these comments, they pull numbers over a hat. I mean, when you actually get down to, there's no data backing up the comments. There's an assumption, again, that people are buying that they can trace a coin, they know who it belongs to. Well, you can trace it on chain, but you have no clue who it belongs to. In fact, this is another major one, which is the case the quotes before the quotes, whether or not we have a flip on the quotes on blockchain surveillance, which would basically remove the big block and exchanges of getting into Monero. And this is this business that you can actually reliably trace a coin like Bitcoin. One of the biggest myths about Bitcoin is that there's no privacy in Bitcoin. And the reality is more like, well, there is privacy, since you're not admitting that it's there. And you're simply falsely accusing innocent people. And so the risk factor there, and this is the whole issue with Chainalysis. I mean, they're going around saying we can do all of this stuff, but when it gets down to it... Do you mind
if I pause you, though, real quick about, like, I agree with your point that there is a lot more privacy than people think there is, but my reasoning behind arguing the other way is, for example, the polygraph test. Like, we already know that a polygraph test is only as useful as the person conducting the test, and you're talking in realms of probabilities and so on. However, to this day, people still believe in this idea of a polygraph test. And it serves the interests of the government so deeply to believe in the polygraph test. Or I'll give you another example. The idea of vitamin A being good for your night vision and so on was started just to hide radar technology, like 100 years ago. And people still believe this, right? Because the truth never actually spread, like the idea of, so this government propaganda, for those of you who don't know, basically, like, I believe it was the United Kingdom and the British Empire were trying to hide radar technology from, I'm pretty sure it was the Germans. I wish I had all of this ready. If I'm wrong about who this is, I apologize.
1930s?
Yeah, I think so. But the point is they spread this idea that it was because the British ate so many carrots that they could see the planes coming in at night, right? So, and they spread it far and wide, and it became like mainstream news articles and all that because, of course, the government owns the news and all of that other stuff at the time. And here it is, like 100 years later or whatever, and that is still a prevailing worldview on eating carrots. So my point is I mean, for one, I do think that you're right, that there still is a lot of privacy that you can gain from using Bitcoin. Although, I mean, let's be honest, most people are not, right? They're just not using it. So it's like, yeah, theoretically, Zcash is an excellent privacy coin, except it's not, so because that's not how people are using it. But beyond that, the fact is that people believe this. And so whether or not you're using the privacy methods, it's like guilty by virtue of the fact that you've used Bitcoin, or like just by paying your taxes, you are now open to the idea of being called out on tax fraud, that, you tried to follow the law, but they're just like, well, we're going to enforce these arbitrary rules that may or may not even be true. And you're going to come into our courts and you're going to, I mean, they don't even really give you a real court. It's like an IRS kangaroo court of, IRS magistrates with an IRS prosecutor and an IRS defender. And I mean, we're finding ourselves in a situation with Bitcoin where it doesn't matter how true the privacy is, because they're just going to cheat anyway. And that's what we've seen. And I still support the idea of fighting the legitimacy of whether or not any of this even works. It's just like, I don't believe that there's any legitimacy to drunk driving laws. It's like either you're reckless driving or you're not, right? But the thing is this is the world we live in, where they're just going to enforce a bunch of BS, and there's not much we can do about it.
Well, here's the thing. This is really not been tested. It has been tested at first instance, but has not been tested in the courts in the United States. And in fact, it's already been reversals with the case of Tornado Cash. So we're dealing with something that really hasn't been tested in the courts in the US at all, only at first instance. And so this is the big issue here. It doesn't have that legal test. That hasn't happened yet. So that's the big one. And whether or not you can convict someone gets reversed as well. If this stuff start getting reversed, then you're going to see a complete collapse, because it doesn't do the government any good. The issue that you have here is that they've managed to keep the shield around blockchain surveillance and convince law enforcement and convince the courts to some degree at the first level, the Europeans call first instance, that this stuff actually works, when in fact it doesn't. But that's where you get into problem. Drug driving is a bit different because it can fairly objectively measure the blood alcohol in a person, way better than you're ever going to measure any other stuff analysis does. I mean, you can argue a whole bunch of things of what is the impact is wrong. But if you have a law that says you got this percentage of blood in your alcohol in your blood, you're therefore illegal to do that. That's pretty cut and dry. So it's not the same as saying, but in this case, you have they're making an assumption that you can trace something when in fact you don't know who owns it. And that's essentially the problem with blockchain surveillance. And so you have two things. First of all, you have the issue of accusing the innocent, which then creates the real motivation for Monero, in my view, which is in the privacy angle, is to prevent being falsely accused. So now you have the real purpose of privacy in Monero is to prevent false accusations. Because they're taking at face value these allegations from these companies without testing. So that's the issue. But this is still before the courts. And if this flips in the courts, it's going to change a lot of things really fast, particularly in a climate like we have right now that's very favorable to crypto. The government isn't going to want to rely on something that's been proven to be a failure. I mean, like what you mentioned about the carrots and the Brits, yeah, I can see that. But that only worked in the war, but it doesn't work today. You're not going to convince the government that people that you're not using radar because you're eating carrots. That could have convinced at the time in the 1930s when it was first being developed. So you have this myth. But what I'm saying is, once that gets exposed, that's another trigger that's going to be one. The third one is that you can have a major reversal in the courts on human rights grounds, particularly in Europe, where a lot of the delistings have occurred, on the basis that it violates the European Convention of Human Rights. And there's a very good, strong privacy arguments in there from a jurisdictional, jurisprudence. There's no right to privacy in the European Convention of Human Rights. But pretty much every infringement of privacy infringes on one or more rights under the convention. So there's a lot of case law on privacy in the European Union, which again could put blockchain surveillance totally at risk, especially when you can show that it doesn't do what you're claiming it does. So that's another factor taking time. But if Monero, I like to see Monero in many ways as you got the big blockers and the small blocker fighting it out, and then you got this elephant in the ring, which is there. It's cloaked by privacy, and nobody's looking at it because it's so private. And then it cloaks it, comes out in the wild and say, wait a minute, this is what's going on, and exposes the security deficit and exposes these things, then that can accelerate the process. So, I mean, there's a lot of things happening right now. And one of them is the fact that the US government is a lot more open to crypto, combined with the scrutiny that's going to bring and some of the rulings that you're getting, and opens up the door for Monero to get back into those centralized exchanges. And especially if you throw things from the courts in the middle of the whole thing also, which then further exposes the security deficit, which then could trigger the kind of flipping that eventually has to happen because there's no fundamental value. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. It could happen in a year. It could happen in 2 years or 3 years or 10 years. But eventually there's going to be a flipping. And when it happens, my prediction is that it's going to be in a bear market, not in a bull market. Because that's where the questioning takes place. That's where the weak. Yeah.
Explain further, though, like how you see things playing out with this store of value narrative, right? Because that seems to be what's happening is governments are actively trying to co-opt Bitcoin. They're okay with Bitcoin existing. The large investors essentially want to prop it up and keep it going. The state wants to prop it up and keep it going. So, I mean, how do you see things playing out in that regard? Because it seems like all the momentum is towards labeling it as digital gold, no matter what is actually happening under the hood. It's just being adopted for those purposes. So even if it does begin to falter on a technological level, it will just be sustained by the state and the powers that be.
How? This is the thing. I mean, the state is going to sustain a failing cypherpunk currency. Because that's essentially what
they sustain fiat, right? I mean,
well, no, but fiat doesn't have any of the failure problems that Bitcoin has. They don't have to prop up the security and spend all the humongous amount of energy for something that people don't want to use. Fiat has the US dollar actually it's a decent store of value in a short period of time. If you
right, but as a technology, fiat always ends up failing, right? And so maybe this is just the next iteration, still not true crypto yet, but good enough for governments.
It's not a technological failure for fiat. It's a human failure. The failure is that the governments go ahead and they print, and then they overdo it. That's the failure. It's not a technology failure.
Well, in terms of it existing as, it is a technology because it just fails because that's the way society will always end up treating fiat. That's the way the game theory is going to work out. There's never any scenario where fiat doesn't fail because of its very nature. It's not decentralized. It's controlled by a central authority that then decides, the direction moves in.
Creating another fiat is going to solve the problem. I mean, Bitcoin, this is the whole narrative.
Right. Essentially, Bitcoin becomes fiatized under that scenario where the state completely co-opts it and keeps it sustained, but it's perhaps arguably a little less centralized than our current system.
No, it's actually more centralized in many ways because you can surveil every transaction, but you can't even use it in that way because you're still going back to putting it in bank accounts. So what you have is you've replaced, and this is why I think there's a delusion involved here, including the state actors. They're in the delusion that they have a cypherpunk currency. Because here's the thing. If you actually had a viable cypherpunk currency that was used as peer-to-peer cash at scale, it would make a lot of sense for the state to hold it as a reserve asset. Just like different states hold other countries' fiat currency as reserve assets, because it actually has a use.
I see a lot of I kind of see a lot of there's many different avenues and points to consider for can the state prop up Bitcoin under a security budget problem? And I think the answer is at least somewhat, but there really become questions of it. It's an enormous electricity usage. So they've got to basically print fiat to maintain that electricity usage. And is the government going to directly pay for that? No, they're going to use the banking systems and the corporations and, the cabal of miners that currently exist. It certainly seems like, Bitcoin mining is fairly centralized, right? So it's at some point, can they really continue to sustain that? I think there's another factor here that comes in where we say, okay, if the mining ecosystem really is fairly centralized, if it really is all basically Bitmain, could it be possible that they just agree not to do block value attacks against each other, right? Could it be possible that this block instability problem reduces somewhat? Maybe they do have some kind of minor overhead loss, but perhaps they could sustain it for some reasonably long period into the future that it starts to become indefinite, where you're well, that's too far out for us to really make a determination. I feel it's hard to say how things are going to look 20 years from now. It's really hard to predict that far into the future just because innovation happens and conditions change. So it can be really hard to predict, along that kind of timeline. So I feel there's a reasonable possibility the government could sort of delay and buy time, and then they could do the collusion thing with the miners where they're okay, well, let's agree not to block value attack each other.
What's in it for the state? What's in it for the state? That's a simple question. What's in it for the state for doing this?
They get a digital asset that they can record amongst each other and say, okay, we actually do have these Bitcoin reserves or whatever. They get a surveillance component. They get to distract mind share. They get to try and create it's how do you call it? Gatekeeping, right? It's a limited hangout. It's okay, well, it's Bitcoin, it's freedom money. Now meanwhile, they've reinserted middlemen and third parties and LSPs, maybe Lightning Service Providers or some other L2 that's really complex and requires some middleman to help you maintain. And so people are quote unquote using Bitcoin, but it's custodial or partially custodial and heavily monitored. So Bitcoin to me is the potential for the government. What do they get out of it? They get a limited hangout where they sort of re-trap the people with a freedom mindset, the plebs with a freedom mindset, but aren't really educated enough to understand that it's not really serving digital freedom.
It's a stretch because
they can perfectly surveil it and perfectly
because it doesn't. First of all, it's not perfectly surveillable, so that doesn't work. That's a big mistake. Number one. Number two. You're far better off just issuing a CBDC on a centralized ledger or on a blockchain, for that matter, than to do this. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. What they're selling is the illusion of a cypherpunk currency, when in fact what they have is a failed bank. because essentially what you're going to have is all these private actors, which are now depending on, they're going to support the price somehow. And then the state becomes sort of the greater fool that bails all these people out. And the state is not a monolith. There's going to be both one side saying one thing, another side saying another thing, different points of opinion. It's just going to expose the whole rot. So
one of the things that I'd point out is I think the analogy for Bitcoin being digital gold is kind of hilariously true in one particular aspect, which is if you want to trade in gold, you have all of these different market forces working against you, like the idea of spot price versus premiums and the idea of divisibility and the idea of small transactions. And it's something that Goldbacks has tried to solve, which they've done a pretty interestingly well job, but it's still nowhere close to, I mean, you're already at the point where one Goldback is like $5 or whatever. But one of the things that I'd point out is, like, let's say you left the price just the way it is. And the average Bitcoin transaction fee right now is like basically $2, if I'm not mistaken. And so let's say that you wanted to keep the security budget the same way that it is right now in 2028. Well, if you wanted to have the same, 6 BTC block reward or whatever, by my calculations, then that means that with the same transaction volume, you would have to have a tripling of the price of a transaction to keep your security budget the same. So now you're basically looking at a $6 transaction fee. And what I would point out is the real underlying case for what Bawdy is saying, if I'm understanding it correctly, is, so yeah, you can save in Bitcoin and it's going to hold its value and whatever, but you can't spend in Bitcoin. So you have to keep it locked up. So you'll still trade in dollars, but then you can lock up your dollars in Bitcoin. And then if you want to get some dollars, you can then go sell your Bitcoin, but you'd have to sell it to the bank that holds it because nobody really wants to transact on chain. And so like all of a sudden your ATM withdrawal or your, credit card transaction fees and all of that stuff, it makes more sense to just use fiat than it does to use Bitcoin in the actual transaction, which is something that I know that you've said before, Arctic, but
yeah,
I don't think people realize how easy this is to see happen in real time with just one more halving. Where it's like either all of these people have
what's the point?
This
is my sorry. What's the point? I mean, if I want to buy a stock in a bank, and I always have actually a small amount of bank stocks, I go and buy a solvent bank that's reasonably regulated and it deals in fiat. But why would I want to buy an insolvent bank masquerading as a cypherpunk? Which is basically what this is becoming. Because it's not just a question that the bank, it's that these exchanges, more often than not, have failed. More often than not, are insolvent. They have serious regulatory problems. So you get like the worst elements of fiat and then the worst elements of this decentralized currency, which is not really decentralized. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And this is what I'm saying.
Think about the centralization part too, which is like, I mean, it's already super centralized, but how much change to the price, if the price equation here has to happen before you reach effectively 100% centralization? How many people are going to keep mining Bitcoin with their bit axes or whatever if all of a sudden this huge chunk of the security budget can be met neither with transactions nor with mining?
So it's met by a state subsidizing mining because that's the only way you can maintain the security.
It's become so impossible because the people with money can afford the used mining equipment and they can put them in. I mean, they can afford to leave them off when it's not profitable and then turn them on when it is profitable. The entire
it's never profitable.
Dead, like it's so impossible.
This is where I think a more likely scenario is actually that the market will just clean the mess up. And that's what bear markets do. And this is where I go back to Trump's comment, which I think is really to the point, and that is when he was talking about this, he says, only the weak will fail. That's the solution. And it comes down to the weakest Bitcoin will fail. It doesn't serve a purpose from a state perspective. That's what I'm saying. And it doesn't serve, and it's a fail safe.
I do disagree with that in one sense, though. Bitcoin has locked up so many dollars. You know what I'm saying? Like, from a state perspective, if you wanted to lock up a lot of dollars to help with things like inflation and so on, Bitcoin is amazing, right? Like, if you're trying to mess with the market in a state favorable way, locking up all of those US dollars into stable coins and Bitcoin and all of that. I mean, we're talking already well north of almost 2 trillion. In fact, I think.
Well, the valuation of Bitcoin is 1.6 trillion US, but you're not locking up dollars.
Yeah, but then you also have the stable coins like USDT or and all those things, right? Like,
that's the biggest one, and then USDC.
Yeah, so you can lock up over $2 trillion in inflation into the crypto market by doing this. So in one sense, there is like a seriously heavy value from a state perspective. Like, if you're engaging in statecraft and you're trying to control your population and you want to print a lot of money and give it to your buddies so they can, do crack and get hookers and all of that stuff that they do. Right, like that's one way you could do it, is you could lock it up in the crypto market.
But how does it stay locked in? What's to stop those dollars, people from selling it?
Oh, they will eventually, but I mean, at least it's locked up right now. And you have to think,
it is locked up right now. But,
right? Yeah, they're money junkies. So all they care about is the next 4 weeks.
But eventually, that's the issue. They only care about the next 4 weeks, and those that are looking 4 years down the road are going to start saying, time for the bears. And that's what I'm saying.
Only 3 years down the road for the next halving. If anything that we're talking about is true, this is less than 3 years down the road. And like you said, just a sufficiently painful bear market in crypto, you don't even need the halving. So
the whole thing,
way too many things like just beating this idea down that Bitcoin is going to be. And that's the other thing about, I'm pretty well known as like kind of a gold bug in one sense, but in the other sense, one of the reasons why I'm just like, gold ain't it, is because gold cannot become the let's call it the currency or the fiat of the future. It's never going to meet that standard. However, it could be part of the standard, which is why I think gold without Monero and Monero without gold it's like half a solution. It's not going to fix the problem. You kind of need both in order to pull off the idea of making sound money come back again. It's got to have the utility of Monero, and it's got to have I guess Monero could theoretically do it on its own, but gold has all of these different features to it that would strengthen the security and the use case of Monero. But Bitcoin is like the worst of both, right? It has none of the utility of Monero and none of the stability of gold, and it's not anchored to reality, Do
you know how close gold is now to be lighter by weight than U.S. currency? A U.S. dollar, any U.S. bill weighs 1 gram. It's about 32 grams in a troy ounce. You can do the math. Right now, the $100 bill is still lighter slightly than the same value in gold. Every other bill in U.S. currency, the paper is actually heavier than the gold. That's how significant it is. So gold has become an easier form of cash than fiat currency. Now, there's a few exceptions. The 200 euro note in Europe, the 500 euro note AKI, the Bin Laden. I think Switzerland still have 1,000 Swiss franc notes. There's a few odd ones around the world. But realistically, cash is heavier in a majority of cases to carry around than gold, which turns on its head the entire reason why fiat currency was started in the first place, which was to carry a receipt instead of the heavy gold. Gold is surprisingly light to carry around. And that's what is so fascinating about it compared to currency. So there's a value in gold as currency, which gives it its store of value element to it. That's still applicable today. And the issue with
there's another version of the same thing that you're talking about too that I find interesting. But you're right. It is effectively a lighter, more fungible cash. But what's also funny is like Valcumbi, or however you say it, that Swiss refiner that sells it's like a big bar of 1 gram divisible bars. So you can get like 100 grams of silver and you can break it off efficiently at exactly 1 gram at a time. Well, that 1 gram of silver is basically like 96 cents at spot price. So it's also more divisible than US dollars if you're using silver and gold. So it's more divisible as a currency until you get into the idea of like, quarters and nickels and dimes or whatever. But then it's also more efficient than US dollars because of gold. So it's just once again the situation where the fiat system is eating its own tail and everything is falling. And so what are they going to do? Well, we've already seen, I think, didn't Trump just say he was going to stop making pennies and now like nickels?
Well, I mean, Canada got rid of pennies because there's more copper in them than and then by the time you make them, and so it makes sense to get rid of pennies. So Canada got rid of pennies like a decade ago. Like this is.
I'm pretty sure the U.S. literally just got rid of pennies. I'll look it up real quick.
I mean, I think it's still in the books, but Canada basically, if you go to Canada, you pay if you pay in cash, they round it up or down. And you change the smallest denomination as a nickel, and pennies only function in digital payments, in credit card payments, for example.
So apparently, Trump in February announced that he plans on getting rid of the penny.
So whether they do what Australia did, like I think close to 2 decades ago, and what Canada has done, I mean, it's about time the United States did it, because basically the value of the penny has gone down below way below what cost to make the things. So you have no seigniorage on it. And the nickel will have to go pretty soon too, for the same reason. It's just there's no cost effectiveness in making them, minting them, distributing them, and doing all of that. So you have to get rid of these small copper coins. I mean, but that's
just an interesting historical footnote. I'm going to read this real quick. The halfpenny as a coin denomination that has been used in both the United States and Great Britain. So it was minted from 1793 to 1857 and was slightly smaller than a modern U.S. quarter. And I'm trying to see the
American version of it. The halfpenny existed in Britain until the 1960s. And in fact,
it was minted between 1937 and 1948. So they stopped minting it in 1948, but they stopped distributing it in like the 60s, I guess.
Yeah, but then when they went to because they used to do 240 pennies in a pound, and then it went to 100 pennies in a pound, and then the old penny became essentially the new halfpenny, and they still minted the halfpenny. The farthing, which was a quarter of a penny, it was common in the 19th century, which is basically, but it's very close to 1,000 farthings in a pound. I don't recall when the farthings actually went out of circulation, but I think it's the start of the 20th century, sometime there. I have to look that one up. But the farthing was the smallest denomination in the in the United Kingdom. But I mean, basically, what you're dealing is just what people say. The U.S. dollar over 100 years is a terrible store of value. We all know that. Over 2 years, it's decent store of value. That's what's so interesting.
The farthing went out of. I'll read it again here. Ceased to be legal tender in the United Kingdom on 1st of January 1961.
That was what, the farthing? The farthing.
The farthing ceased to be legal tender in 1961. They actually stopped making it long before then. And it was 1/960th of a pound sterling.
Yes.
And just imagine, like, there was a point in which people were exchanging 1/960th, basically 1/1000th of a pound. What could you possibly buy today that's worth 1/1000th of a pound? Like a word from a news article or something like that. You see what I'm saying? Like, so the inflation currency is so abundantly clear if you just look at the historicity of it all.
But the copper in the farthing was worth way more than 1/1000th of a pound. That's why.
By the time they quit making it, it was like 12 times more to make it in material cost than it was to actually spend it.
Yeah. There's no seniorage in it, and this is the issue. The same issue. Which is roughly the same
think about it, like people who think that that's not happening now. Technically, a buffalo is still a $50 note, I think, or something. It's like, who in their right mind is going to buy something for $50 with an ounce of gold? It's never going to happen. Or like a dollar coin in silver is worth like $30.
Well, the buffaloes are great gold coins. But actually, the reason I like them over the maple leaf is the newer maple leaves have microchips embedded in them that track each one, but the buffaloes don't.
All right, guys, it's been over 4 hours, so let's go ahead and wrap this guy up.
Just to round it out, just to round out the conversation. So, Arctic.
You guys, you hear me? Hello.
Oh yeah,
we can hear you.
Who got here? Monero, you
got nice. Yeah, I want to share some thoughts. I mean, the winter is coming. Yeah, I mean, the CBDC is coming. It's set on October, right, this year. And I think I should make all aware of to not waste a good crisis. Yeah, in this case for Monero, it is a good time to make people aware to find a way to for a solution, right? I mean, I see a lot of social media going around that the people not agree with it, but they don't know what to do, right? So I want to make people aware. Maybe we should focus on that a little bit. I don't know how far are we with. Maybe a question for Arctic Mind, like how can we? I mean, is it possible to handle more transactions per block?
Well, I mean the issue with Monero transactions per block, that it's basically a question of what the technology can allow, and that's the only limitation on it. So you basically right now we're showing the capacity. It's not even funny as far as Monero growth, but eventually you have to beat Monero. You have every year you roughly increase by 50% bandwidth on fiber optic lines. So that's your potential growth of the Monero blockchain in time. So of course it's possible to add more transactions. This is another one of the biggest myths of the maxi. They're saying that it can't be because of the technological change.
Yeah, we probably can talk about it a lot, but I just want to throw some things out here. So this one of the things that is important, and maybe one of the other thing is important is like, hey, people are looking for answers, for solutions, for a way out, and I think that is a good way to tell people, hey, there is an alternative. I mean, I'm not gonna say don't worry, but at least we can say don't be hopeless. There is a way.
Well, it's out there, and it's basically cloaked and hidden, and getting stronger by the day. Because basically, what's going on with Monero right now is it's been improved drastically, particularly the full chain membership proofs, There's going to be upgrades to scaling and so on. So it gets stronger and stronger, essentially in the shadows, and that's what's going on right now. So it's just a matter of time. Monero would definitely, to ask the question, Rebel, I think, with a very good point. What's coming in Europe with the CBDC? Will Monero be positioned to step in for those willing to make the move? The answer is yes.
All right. And maybe you go over to Douglas. I was telling you a couple years ago that the biggest moment for Monero was like the CBDC, right? To wake up people, like, hey, to choose, like, to feel the moment, hey, the blue pill or the red pill, right? Mm-hmm. I think this is the moment for Monero to shine and to save people, right? I mean,
100%. The arc. The arc is ready. People just need to jump aboard because the storm is coming.
Yeah, that's the thing. And the thing is, like, maybe your side of XMR Bazaar, right? Maybe you can have a look with that French guy that has build a map as well on OpenStreetMaps.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Maybe you can integrate with your website or something as well, so you don't do double work. So work together more.
Yeah, we're open to that. Or you just pull in the data from ours, and they can pull in the data from ours to theirs. However it could work.
I like the idea. Also, like we could run, some kind of fundraiser on the website. Like this, if you put this much in, we're gonna just give it right to OpenStreetMaps, and then they're gonna work on an integration. Because I love donating to that project. Like that's, in my opinion, that's probably one of the most important open source software like systems out there. I use the crap out of it too. So
fantastic.
But, and maybe for Lesk as well. to finish with Lesk as well. I gave him an idea to like the what does it called, the Gentle Living shop? You remember? I was giving the idea, hey, why not making a website like to make it easy for people to have one-stop shop thing to become ungovernable, to be informed, like, hey, there is Monero, hey, there is Haveno, hey, there is Simplex, there is open source software that cannot be stopped.
You should look at Monero Master does this. It's kind of a Facebook outreach thing, but it's basically you get 7 missions, and it does use a graphene phone, learn how to use Monero. This is how a VPN works, and he does it 1 mission at a time, and he gives a historical example and a thought experiment, and then a mission, and it's like very well written. And I would love to see people actually start offering this and pushing this to people that they know. Like, try this if you want to be, a super secret tech bro. This is a fast, easy way to get on a higher level. But Monero Master has a whole thing about it that's actually pretty awesome. So you should check it out. But it's like 7 missions that go directly to your email. That just like mission number 1, learn how to use Monero. Mission number 2, this is private chat,
But the thing that people need to realize here is, in order to make something like Monero work, you have to take back control of your devices. And that's absolutely critical. And that means, and again, this is one of the things that I learned in Acapulco. A lot of people were talking about all these freedom things, but they were all running iPhones. And they were all stuck in Windows, a lot of them, in Apple. Well, you're not going to have any of the freedom if your computer itself becomes a threat of spyware and of centralization. And this is something that is really important, is to take back control of your devices. Now, obviously, for some people, that's their phones. Depends how you use it. For other people, it's their computer. Like for me, it's more important to take control of my computer back. But one thing to realize is if you have Monero on an Orwellian telescreen, you ain't going to get privacy. Because Orwell, Big Brother, will be able to read it.
Yep. All right.
We got a question. Hold up, shortwave. We got a question from Rebel Arctic. If you want to answer this,
sure.
What can Monero do to get countries and global corporations to accept and support Monero? I love everything Monero stands for, but for me, it's too risky given the world banks and government's oppressive control.
Well, what can Monero do is become stronger and better itself at what it does, which is what the project is doing. That's number one. What can individual community members do? The other one is going to have to be to address some of the legal human rights issues associated with surveillance that's pushed out of the exchanges and so on. That's the other thing it can be doing. But what the project can do is just get better at what it does, which is what the project is doing.
Whenever you sell a government agent hookers or blow, you've got to sell it only in Monero, and then they will accept it immediately because that's where they spend like 50% of their money is on hookers and blow. So if you only accept Monero for your crack, the government will immediately adopt it.
Well, what you're saying then is that if you take over the Darknet markets, you're going to take over all the markets. Or the counterpoint to that is that the Darknet markets are basically the canary in the coal mine. So that what's going on in the Darknet markets is where the future is, which actually I believe is the case.
I don't know how you just dressed that up so eloquently. But man,
I mean, because that's what it comes down to. I mean, if you illicit, or more correctly, not illicit, but those activities that are on the margins of society tend to be the earliest adopters of new technologies.
Arctic, just to round this off, I mean, you've been saying some pretty bullish things. Obviously, not for your intent of pumping Monero or anything, but this is just how you see things playing out on a technological level in terms of Bitcoin versus Monero and what Monero can do in terms of its scalability. Where do you're talking about Monero potentially passing Bitcoin in a bear market? Are you looking at this as being the potential bear market where this happens? I think you made some comments earlier that
it's conceivable. It's conceivable that it can happen. Depends how brutal the bear market is. I would say the more brutal the bear market, the more likelihood of that happening.
And so do you see a likelihood of a brutal bear market, with tariffs, or do you think things are going to change? They're going to come in, they're going to lower the interest rates, they're going to pump things back up?
I think my macro vision of this one is somewhere in between 1929 and what happened in 2008.
Oh, wow.
If I was going to guess somewhere in between there, I mean, it's going to be something in the stock market. I wouldn't be surprised. I might even see a 50% drop, a 60% drop. That's what a real bear market is. Not a 20% drop. It barely meets the threshold. I think we're already more into because the last time this kind of tariff activity occurred was actually in 1930. And what it did is it accelerated the 1929 bear market. So you start with an overexpensive market, and then you throw in all this tariff stuff, and that's exactly what you're going to get. Because the market wasn't cheap in the first place. It had been propped up by pumping money. Everybody talks about pumping money to pop up the markets, and it's tottering. And as much as I, could disagree with Donald Trump on a lot of things, he does have a knack for identifying problems. And the United States has a serious debt and deficit problem. And trillions of dollars in debt. So all of this is kind of swirling around here. And then you have the kind of drops we're seeing in the markets right now, in the stock market. Well, it's starting to look to me like something bigger than just your 30% drawdown in the bear market.
I mean, I'm totally with Bawdy on the fact that this is some kind of reorg. Like, they know way more than they... I mean, what they tell the public is
a hard reset.
It doesn't have to be anything nearly that drastic. You just may be looking at the numbers from their advanced AI, blah blah blah, and they're just like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to do a little rejiggering here." It may not even be that fantastic for But the other thing is before we leave, Luna Aura tipped 25 cents of Monero, and he said, he or she, I like tyrants that use BTC because at so much exahashes, the base cost of running BTC defines the floor of the price. They just get me hot and bothered, these upgraded tyrants. The viewers on stage as well. And there was a winky face in there. Well, if I get you hot and bothered, you need to raise your standards a little bit, because there are just I'm probably talking about Doug, but you know he's taken.
I think we're talking about Arctic, man. I mean, nothing gets me more hot and bothered when Arctic comes up here and talks about Monero overtaking Bitcoin in the bear market.
Got that sexy.
The fundamentals say that.
You know,
no, I'm just saying that, you know, you're this is a dream scenario. You know, I would love to see the day, and I do, you know, tend to agree with you, right? I mean, that's my long-term hypothesis as well.
I cannot say what the price at which it could be theoretically occur at a lower price than what Monero is trading right now in terms of USD.
Alaska's
just to respond to this though, there's one thing about I think it's like relatively true that your hash rate is going to define the floor, but I also think that eventually your costs are going to define your hash rate. I think it's like, it's not that one leads the other or vice versa. I think that, you know, it's a supply and demand thing. I really wouldn't be surprised if just the cost of mining gets so high that you're going to see people shutting it down like crazy. It's going to drop the price a little bit. Like, that is very possible. But on the flip side, yeah, it's also very possible that the cost of mining may drive the price up if there's still enough demand for Bitcoin. So in a general sense,
I don't know. That's why I have a lot of problems. I think the cost of mining is responsive to the price. So the hash...
Probably more or less, yes. I mean, I definitely lean towards the idea the cost of mining is going to follow price. But it's certainly possible if the demand is there for it to go the other way around.
This is why, you know, I see that what we're going to see is in a bear market, we're going to see the hash rate really plunge and the security really plunge.
And we'll be watching it live here on Monerotopia. I'm sure it's going to make for a hell of a show shows as we move in this direction. So very much looking forward towards the coming years of watching Monero and Bitcoin.
Can I point out how funny it is that certain stocks are effectively pegged to Bitcoin? Like, you know, that I forget the
MicroStrategy, strategy.
Yeah, MicroStrategy. But what's funny is Bitcoin trades 24/7 and his stock doesn't. So there is a conceivable scenario where Bitcoin craters and then opening day MicroStrategy just like, you know what I'm saying? There's so many hilarious outcomes that can come from the fact that like ETFs and all of that, you can't just buy and sell during certain periods of time and they have all of this Bitcoin locked up.
I think they're moving to make it 24/7 though, I think, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, they have to at this point.
There's the aftermarket. There's the aftermarkets, but they're very illiquid and not so you could trade the Standard & Poor's futures in the aftermarket.
They are actually working on making the markets 24 hours a day. There are legislation actions and whatever in progress to do that.
I mean, eventually they're going to do the plunge protection thing. It's like they've created such a cluster. Well, you know.
I mean, eventually it's all going to be on crypto, right? Assets will be trading 24/7.
Well, I mean, that's another story, but
yeah, it's a whole other story.
I think we should watch this bear. I see very sharp claws in the bears.
Well, this is kind of my dream scenario come true. I would very much enjoy watching it. I know bears can be tough, but if we have a bear like that where Monero climbs.
Well, I mean, it climbs relative to anything else. The hardest thing to figure out is, will Monero hold its value in the bear market, rise in the bear market, or fall in the bear market? And that's going to be very difficult to tell.
Well, no matter where it goes, I will be there we are going. I don't know who's just yo-yoing, but we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna end it here.
Well, let's end it. Yes.
We are ending it now.
We are ending it now, guys. We do these shows. Go ahead, Monero, bro. Close it out. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's focus on D-Day of Monero. CBDC October is D-Day to be a hero for people that wanna get rid of the euro.
Let's do it. Monero is waiting for you.
Don't let their freedom go to zero. All right.
All right, Monero, bro.
To give Alaska one tip more, because he told me about Monero Master, and I was telling like, hey, maybe the idea is to get approach to give people like the idea to be gentle, right? So to use Monero is like it's like doing something good for the world, you know, to be assist you, how you call it, to be just to give idea to the people like, hey, if you use it, you are helping people for freedom of speech, you're helping people escaping their fiat money, whatever, you know. So not for their own privacy or for to buy things on the dark web for selfish reasons, but to do something good.
All right, guys, we're ending. We literally said we're ending the show, and then you like completely ignore it and start another topic. Monero, bro, we're ending the show, man. You can jump on. You can jump on next time.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, everybody, thank you so much. I thought this was a great one. Shortwave.
Okay, bye, guys.
Arctic, thank you. Alaska, as always. And Shortwave, thanks for co-hosting today. Greatly appreciate it. We'll see you guys next Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Let's see what happens. Let's see if Arctic is, in fact, predicting the great flippening of Monero and Bitcoin. Do we move in that direction? It will certainly be fun to watch and follow along if we do. See you guys next week. Adios.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.